It's fine.
Okay. S- Okay, so we'll start off with recapping some stuff that you already know, and then we'll look at some questions as we go through. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Yes, okay. So let's start off with looking at how do we label an angle. Okay, so we'll use this diagram to talk about this. Can you see we have this line over here? What do we call this line here?
We call it A B
AB. Okay. So we have line AB, and what else? Line what?
line AC and line AD.
Okay. So if we are referring to an angle, we'll use the letters and we'll have the angle that we are referring to in the middle of three
And
letters that we use. So for example, if you look here, we have BAC. Can you see where that would fall? B,
yeah,
A, and then C. So what's another angle that we can say instead of BAC? What could we call that?
uh, you talk about angle number two is still number one.
I'm talking about this angle BAC. So if we, instead of
You
using three letters, so what could we call the angle?
uh, are you saying like the S, the side, angle side?
So I want to show you what I'm referring to exactly. Okay, I'm referring to this angle over here. Okay, when I refer to BAC, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm trying to point out to you is that if certain angles are numbered, like for example A, we have A1 and A2. So if we were referring to BAC, we could also refer to it as
A1.
A1. Okay, so that's what I was looking for. Okay, that's good. So A1. Okay, so if we have CAD, what's another way that we can refer to that angle?
A2.
A2. Okay, great. And then if we had BAD, where would that be?
Would you not just call that A? Well, it
Yeah,
will be A
so
plus one plus two.
yeah, the full angle, so the blue line, so yeah, A1 plus A2. Okay, so both of them together. Right, so just keep this in mind while we work through this because you need to understand exactly which angles we are talking about. So sometimes we'll use three letters, sometimes we'll use like A1, B1, etc., depending on how the diagrams are labeled. All right, so let's move on here. This is something that you've looked at before. So I just wanted to refresh types of angles and we can go through 2.1 to 2.6 together, just verbally, quickly.
Yeah,
Okay,
mind if I
so
quickly grab my maths book?
yeah,
So
sure,
far to take notes.
sure. Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so we've been given the name acute angle, and we can see a diagram. What is your description of an acute angle?
An angle smaller than 90 degrees.
Okay, so an angle smaller than 90. I'm just going to use the sun to show that. Okay, sorry. Let me just erase that. That's the wrong way. The inequality sign. Okay, so you can just write an in words, or you can use symbols. Okay, so smaller than 90. If we look at 2.2, so we have AOB forming an angle which is indicated by a square. What is the name of that angle?
You got a right angle.
Right angle. Okay, so you must just remember the names, right angle. And when we have a right angle, the lines that create the right angle, like this line, AO and OB, do you remember this word perpendicular?
Yeah, it means that it's 90 degrees.
Okay, so two lines that create the right angle are perpendicular to each other. Can you see that? All
Yes.
right. Then we have obtuse. So if you were to draw a diagram for an obtuse angle, what would it look like?
Can draw
Yeah, you can draw one.
it
Um,
here. Let me just make that a little bigger. Draw it like
okay. All right, yeah, that's
that.
perfect.
And
So,
90, greater than 90.
okay, so that's gonna be for an obtuse angle. So not going beyond 180, but not less than 90. All right. And then the reflex, can you also draw something like that for me? Oh, sorry, I missed the straight line. Let's talk about the description of the straight line, 2.4. What is a description to explain what that means?
It's a line that's 180 degrees.
Yeah, exactly 180 degrees. And the reflex angle, what does that look like? Can you draw that as well?
Reflexes greater than 180, but less than. So it'll be like that, won't it?
Yeah, the outer angle of that. Okay, perfect. So not fully a circle, but more than a straight line. And then the last one here, where we have a full round circle rotating all the way around. What is that? What is the name of that?
That's a full revolution. But
Okay, so we can call it a revolution, like we can just call it a rev angle, REV, but you can also write the full name revolution. We can also call this angles around a point. So we'll look at different ways to write the reason, but it means the same thing, angles around a point or angles in a revolution.
okay, and if
Okay,
you're writing rev, do you have to write it in caps?
no,
Oh,
you can just write small letters.
okay.
Okay, let's move on now. So we have this diagram here with RK, N, M, and S, the lines formed with O like in the center. So the angles here are O1, O2, O3. Okay, but you could also refer to, if we were referring to O1 using three letters, how could you refer to that?
KOM.
Yeah, you can say KOM. Okay, so if we are looking at angles on a straight line, can you tell me what this word means if we say adjacent?
Adjacent is meaning the angle on the other side, it doesn't, isn't it?
Yes, so it's angles right next to each other. Okay, adjacent just means that they're right next to each other. So adjacent angles next to each other on a straight line add up to how much?
180.
180. Okay, we've seen that now. And we can write that out like this. Okay, so we would write out if we're using the three letters KOM as you said, or KOR, and then also RON to show all of the angles together equals 180. Now, I want you to really start focusing on writing down the reasons. So, the reason you can write in a shortened format like this, angles on a straight line. You don't have to write the full word angles. You can use the symbol like that, and then just use an S to represent more than one. Okay. You don't have to write the full word straight. You can just write STR, and you must always show the reasons. You'll lose marks without the reasons there. Okay, so that's one way of showing this diagram. Or we can use O1 plus O2 plus O3. Okay, it's the same reason. So remember your reasons are very, very important because if you don't tell us why you've done it, then we can't give you any marks. Okay. So the next thing we have are two adjacent angles on a straight line. Okay, we know that any angles on a straight line add up to 180. But do you know the name of two angles next to each other that form 180 degrees? Do you know what that's called?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so that is called supplementary, right? So you do need to
I
know,
do remember something about that.
yeah. Okay, so it's only specifically when we're referring to two angles. Okay, it's not more than two angles. So if it's more, then we can refer to them as just being adjacent next to each other. But if it's just two, we can say one plus the other is supplementary because the definition of supplementary, what do you think it means?
They directly, I don't know how to explain it. They complement each other. No, that's complementary. But I don't know, they both have to add up proportionately to 180.
Yes, so supplementary means that they add up to 180 specifically. Okay, so it's specifically two angles that add up to 180. Those two are supplementary. Do you understand?
Yeah, I
Okay,
starting to come back now.
okay, good. So supplementary is always two adding up to 180. So can you tell me if we're referring to this diagram, how would you write it down with a reason?
Um, so I would say KOM plus NOK equals 180. How would you say the reason is because they're supplementary, or could you say the angles on the straight line still no?
You can do either or. So either or is correct. Okay, so if it's two angles, it will be correct to just say that they are supplementary. But you can also say angles on a straight line because you can see this line NOM is a straight line. So either one is correct.
How would you write it
Okay,
as a
so I've
supplementary?
just written angles on a straight line. So that's
Okay,
you can do that. But if you wrote supplementary, then you would just write shortened, you would write SUPP and then so sup angles like that. Just shortened.
okay,
Can you see that? All right, so
yes.
we'll be using this rule a lot, but we'll look at a few others because in grade 9 your questions are usually going to include more than one rule at a time. So let's move on and look at just the other theoretical stuff behind this diagram before we move on to some questions. So if we look at adjacent angles, again, that means angles what? Like, what does it mean if I say adjacent? Yeah, adjacent
Isn't
angles.
um, isn't that angles within an angle?
Adjacent means next to. Okay, so angles are next to each other. Like we saw here as well, adjacent angles on a straight line. So just the angles next to each other. Okay, so they often use this word adjacent. So you should be familiar with that just to understand what they're talking about. Do you understand what it means now?
So it's saying that there's two or more angles within that right angle.
Yeah. Okay, so the angles are next to each other. Do you understand that? Okay, directly next to each other. So how much does it add up to in a right angle again?
90.
90. Okay, and let's just show how we'll write this. So if we have the, they've given us NLM. Okay, so this is L over here. NLM, they told us the whole thing is 90 degrees. So if you were to explain that and separate L1, L2, and L3, how would you write that out?
Uh, you can either say L1 plus L2 plus L3 equals 90,
Yeah.
uh, or you could go in LP plus PLK plus KLM equals 90.
Okay, perfect. So what would your reason be?
Um, the 9 because they're showing us that it's 90 degrees. They're giving us an LM.
Yes. Okay, so that means the reason is right angles. So that's the reason that I've written there. You would say L1 plus L2 plus L3 or NLP, as you said, PLK, KLM. This is the reason. Okay, so right angle. You can literally just put this part in a bracket, right angle. Usually you can just see it on the diagram because of what?
The square that they draw there.
The
I don't know
square.
how to describe it.
Yeah, it's just a square that they draw there to show you that it's 90 degrees. All right. And what do we call two angles that are next to each other forming a 90 degree?
I don't know.
Okay, so we saw with the straight line, the two angles adding up forming 180 are what?
Supplementary.
Supplementary. So maybe if you can take a guess, what do you think the right angles will be?
I don't know.
Okay,
Supplementary still? No,
no,
that's on a
no.
straight line.
Yeah, remember supplementary is always on a straight line. It's gonna always add up to 180. So a right angle could never be that big. Okay, so you actually said the word earlier.
Yeah, I'm trying to go through all the maths terms I remember.
Yeah, there are lots.
Complementary.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Complementary. Okay, so complementary is two angles adding up to 90 degrees. Okay, so you must know the difference between supplementary and complementary, right?
And would you just say angle?
Yeah, you can do that. Or again, you can also do right angles because we've still been given the square. Can you see that?
But I'm saying if you want to say it's a complementary, like
Yes,
the
yeah. If you want to
abbreviation would be
use that,
comp.
yeah, yeah, sure. You can just say comp angles. Yeah. Okay, so I've written the full name out, but you can just write comp. It's fine as well. It's clear what you'd be talking about. So the first four letters is also okay, right? This is very important to understand complementary versus supplementary. Okay, so is it clear?
Supplementary is on a straight line, and yeah, supplementary is on a straight line, and complementary is when two angles add up to 90 degrees.
Yeah. Okay, so remember with supplementary and complementary, how many angles are we always talking about?
Two.
Yeah, okay, it's only two that can form supplementary or complementary. Yeah. Sorry, let me just. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Went black for a second. Yeah, let's just move to this diagram here. Can you see this?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so we'll start off with something basic just to apply the rules that we've looked through now. So I want you to write this down and answer this question. What we'll do is solve for x and use reasons as well. Okay, so you cannot assume that this is 90 degrees, even if it might look like it's.
Yeah, they're not showing it.
Yeah. Okay, so, and I want you to make sure you write it down properly with the reasons as well.
I do this one on my notepad in case I get it wrong.
Yeah, that's okay.
What's the abbreviation for a straight angle? You just say,
That's angles on a straight line.
yeah, sorry. But I said
Okay,
A.
what did you actually write down?
I said AFB plus BFC plus CFD equals 180 because of angles on a straight line.
Okay, great.
Then
That's
I
perfect.
just substituted AFB for 45 and CFD for 40.
Mm.
And then, yeah, the answer, the BFC is 95.
Yeah, so you said 180 minus 45 minus 40 to get 95, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So just make sure you have that first reason. You just need to write it once as you did, and then from there you can continue with the equation. But that's great. Okay, so we're going to look at some more advanced stuff. We'll look at all the rules. But before we move on, let's just look at some more rules. Okay, so we've looked at how much does angles in a revolution add up to again?
360.
360. Okay, so you can you will be using this a lot. So just keep in mind as we go through. Um, I want to show you the reason here. So you can either say angles in a revolution, as I showed you earlier, or you can write angles around a point. Okay, so it's the same reasoning. It's anything that will add up to 360. Okay, so we can say around a point because it's the same thing, like around one central point, creating a 360-degree angle. Okay, so just make sure you
Yeah.
know how to write the reasons.
But we won't be able to work out any on this because they haven't given
Yeah, we
any
won't be
angle
able to
here.
work out. I'm just showing you the reasoning. We'll do some examples where we work some things out.
Okay.
Okay. Vertically opposite angles. What can you tell me about them? What are they in relation to each other?
They equal each other.
They equal each other, right? So if we look at E1, what could that equal in this diagram?
Uh, Angle AED as well.
Yeah, you can say AED, which is also E what?
E3.
Okay. And then what about E2 or
Well,
CEA?
well, E2 and E4 are also equal.
Okay, great. So for your reasoning, you can shorten it to write vertically opposite angles, but using vert op angles instead of the full word. Okay, it helps
Okay.
especially when the questions are longer. So you
I
don't
just
need,
write.
yeah, yeah, please do write that down. It will help you. Oh, Gia said something is happening with uh, the Zoom because she had to restart. So this might close, but we'll just reopen it.
Yeah, it is in 45
Yeah, can you
seconds.
see that? She
It's
just
fine. I
told
think I
you.
would get everything down.
Okay,
I would
we'll
say
just.
E1 is equal to E. The way I've written it here, E2 because of
E1
it.
E1
I've
equals
written on it. Yeah, I've just written it here, one and two, like opposite, so vertically opposite,
but
just for my
E1 and
notes.
2 are adjacent on a straight line.
I'm just saying my little diagram I've drawn it one
Oh,
and two.
okay, no, that's fine then. Okay,
Hmm. Um, because
Sorry,
um,
guys, just give me 1 second. Okay, you to Damien and Nicholas, you guys can go back to room 2. I think it will be for you guys now. And then Yanina and Ingwedi will go into room 1. So I'll see you
okay.
guys.
Um, how do we go there?
Um, do you guys see like any like invitation to go to that room?
Uh, I'm
What if
looking
you
quickly.
what if you click on in?
Join breakout room. You click
Yeah,
on wall and then
Oh,
okay.
break room two.
Okay. Yeah, that's
oh,
the one.
okay.
Okay,
Thank
perfect.
you. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna have to reshare my screen quickly because you can't see anything now, can you?
No.
Okay, yeah, let me
Do
just
you mind if I quickly run to the bathroom after like 2 seconds?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so
Thank you.
no problem. Are you able to see these two questions here?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just give you a few minutes to work out X and Y. Well, in the first one, there's only Y, and then you can do X and Y for the next one.
Yeah, and I must give reasons.
Yeah, always give reasons.
Okay. Okay, quickly before I start this one, would I start it with the revolution? So would I say like angle BA plus AYD plus DYC?
Mm, Y is only this
Oh
angle.
yeah,
So
I would
E
say
is the central
DAE.
point.
Okay, sorry. But I would say, okay, let me restart. So I'd go BEA plus AED plus DEC plus CEB equals 360 because their revolution.
Okay, but before you do that, you don't know the value of CEB. You need to show the value of CEB before you can do angles in a revolution. Because CEB is not given. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, even though this 90 degree is drawn on this AEB, you it doesn't mean you can just automatically assume that CEB is 90 degrees, even though logically it will be because of the straight line, but you have to show that. So you have to show first what is missing, and then when you have everything except for Y, then you can do angles in a revolution. Do you understand what I
Okay.
mean?
S- So then would I say AEB
Yeah,
plus CEB equals 180 because of
yes,
angles on a straight line.
yes.
And then because, AEB, okay, there's a lot of reasoning here.
Okay, so
So,
yes, that's perfect what you just said. You need to account for this angle. So tell me how much is CEB with your reason, and then you'll do angles in a revolution.
yeah, let me try to write this all down.
Okay.
Uh, so after I've done that one, after I've shown what BEC is, now I can go
Yeah, now you can
for the
work out.
revolution.
Yeah, yes.
But do you have to do it that way, or could you just work out? I'm just asking because I know that CEA is a straight line, so could you work it out just like that, just with the
Yeah,
reasoning CA uh, CEA equals 180 because of a straight line. And then
Yeah, you
you could
could do
also look
that.
at it.
You
Okay, but
could.
I'm going to do the revolution one quickly just so that I can get that into my head.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually a good point that you can always do it more than one way a lot of the time. So I'm glad that you saw that alternative. But I think practice the revolution just because you have practiced it less than the straight lines, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so when you are
Plus,
done with your answer, could you take a picture of it for me and send it on your group, on the students group, just so
sure,
so that I can see that you are on the right track with the reasons and everything correct.
sure.
Okay.
So I'm doing this on my notepad, so it's not going to be the neatest.
No, no, that's fine.
We
As long
might
as I
have
can
to,
read what it says.
yeah, you can. It's just not that neat.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. Right. I can literally just say rev here.
Yeah, well, angles in a rev, like angles in a rev or rev angles. Okay, how far are you now?
Just about done.
Okay, we must try go a little bit quicker
60.
because we still have quite a lot to get through. Okay, so just send what you have done so far.
Okay, I'm done. I'm 42.
Okay. Oh, you're sending it to me now?
Yes. Can I
Okay.
send it to you? I must send it on the group.
No, please send it on the group. Okay. Once you've done that, let's look at the second one. I'm gonna have a look at your answers. Still waiting for them now. Okay, I can see it. Okay, so this AEB plus BC. Okay, that's great, hey? That's very good actually. Your reasons are perfect. Everything's written out very well, so I'm glad. I'm very happy to see that. Let's do the next one now. Okay, so we have two variables. We have X and Y here. What What are you
But
thinking when you see this?
what was it? Vertically opposite. The first thing that comes to my head is vertically opposite. X and Y are vertically opposite.
Yes, okay, that's true. But now we can't actually calculate the value of an angle for either one since we don't have X or Y. So how can we go about calculating X or Y?
I would probably first say that EFA plus AFB plus BFD equals 180 because of
Yes.
angles on a straight line.
Okay, so you can write that down first. Let's do that. I'll also write it down here. So
Yeah.
EFA plus and then your reason is what?
Angles on a straight line.
Okay, let me just put it here. This is all part of the same calculation. Yes, so let's substitute each. I'll correct that now. This must be on the F part. Okay, did you write equals 180 and your brackets with your reason angles on a straight line?
Yes, I'm just about.
Okay.
It was 180.
So,
So,
so you can shorten the reason angles on a straight line like that. So it should look something like that for now, hey? Is that where you at?
I can literally just go L F and so an L at angle
Yeah,
S STR line.
yeah, angles on a straight line.
Okay, so I don't have to write on
No,
a straight line.
no, you don't have to. Okay, as long as we see STR line, then we can tell that it's straight line.
Okay.
Okay, so that also helps us to work a bit quicker. Let's take each value and substitute that in now. So EFA equals
X
X, okay.
plus
So
55
okay, X
plus
plus
X
55. Okay, equals
55.
no. X plus
Equals
55.
180.
Yes, equals 180. Okay. So equals 180 degrees. You don't have to rewrite your reason if you've already written it down. Okay.
And then I'll just go 180 minus 55, which is 25, isn't it? 125.
And what do you do with X and X?
It'll be 2x.
2X. Okay, so 2X equals 180 minus 55. And what's the last step?
Dividing both sides by 2. It'll be 62.5 degrees.
Okay, so 125 divided by 2. Is that what you did to get
Yes.
62? Okay, so X
Yeah.
equals 62,5 degrees. And what will you do to find Y?
Can I quickly just write this?
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
X
write that
plus
down.
equal to X equals 22 minus 55. X equal to 5. So 2 X equals 62.5. Okay. Then can't I say angle EFA and DFC? Well, angle EFA equals angle DFC
Yeah.
because of vertically opposite angles.
Okay, so that's what we're gonna route first. I'm just gonna route it up here. So E if A is equal to, I'm not routing E. E if A, sorry, is equal to DFC. And how are you gonna route your reason down?
Vert up angle.
Okay, so you can put a bracket and route the reasons like that. Verts up angles. Okay. And then
And I would say because EFA equal to 62.
okay. So you'll substitute EFA and you'll say that it equals 62, comma 5, what you've just worked out. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, so then it'll be 62 degree equals DFC.
So equals Y, because that's what we're really looking for.
Okay, can I write it as 62 equals DFC and then convert it to
Yeah, okay, you can do that first.
Y equals 62?
Okay, so we can leave it as that, Y equals 62, comma 5 as well. Can you tell me one other alternative way of maybe doing this question?
With a revolution.
Yeah, so where would you have done the revolution if you had X uh,
Well,
calculated on a straight line?
I would first have to work out what X is.
Hmm. So would that be the same as what we've
And
just done to work out X?
well, we could also go on the straight line from AFD, I guess,
Could we?
after working out X.
Hmm. Yeah, we could do that after working out X though, as you said. So in order to get X, you have to use EFC, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then yeah, if you use the straight line to calculate Y, what would you do?
Um, I would say AFB plus BFC plus CFD equals 180 because of angles on the straight line.
Okay.
And then
And if it was in a revolution, what would you do?
um, I would have to, I would start on EFA plus AFB plus BFD plus CFD plus DFE equals 360
Hmm.
because how do I write this here? Rev angles.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good option as well. So I want you to be aware of the multiple different options that we can take to get through a question. Okay,
But
so
that means you'd have to work out EFD as
mm,
well, wouldn't we?
yes, which would obviously, okay, if you worked out EFD, how would you work out EFD?
Well, if I've worked out X, I can use AFD as a straight line.
Yeah. So if you did it that way, it would be a bit longer, but it would still be correct. Okay.
But because of
Uh,
the vertically opposite angle, we could just go that route.
yeah, you could also do that as well. Which vertically opposite angles are you talking
Or
about there?
the way we did it first.
Yeah, this way up here. Yeah, that is the quickest way. Okay. Now let's just look at some parallel line relationships. When I say parallel lines, can you think of what type of angles we are looking for when we have parallel lines?
Well, the two lines are at 0 degrees to each other. I don't know what angle you would call that, but that angle of the two lines are equal.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking, like, let's say we have this diagram, okay? Can you see a parallel line? We have AB and CD. Can you see that?
Yes.
So AB is parallel to CD. Firstly, we see this in two ways. Can you see this here, where it says this parts that I've underlined?
We're saying AB is parallel to CD.
Yeah, so instead of using the word parallel, they use the symbol, two lines like that, okay? So that's the first way we can tell. How do we tell by just looking at the diagram that AB is parallel to CD?
The two little arrows.
The arrows, okay. So when we have parallel lines, we have a number of different types of angles that
This
can be
I do
formed.
remember.
Yes, okay. So
We have corresponding and alternative interior angles or something.
yes, okay. So the first one is corresponding. And with these, they create certain types of shapes. So do you remember the shape that corresponding angles creates?
Well, corresponding would mean it's like the three and three are the same. It's like an F.
Yes, it's like an F, okay? So that's the first thing. It's like, but the thing with the F is that it can go any way. It can go like that. It can go like upside down like that. Okay, so you need to be able to recognize the Fs in different ways. It's not always going to be like as you see it, okay? What do we know about corresponding angles in relation to each other?
They're equal.
They are equal, okay? So that's the first thing. Now, if we look at the diagram E1, so this angle, what is E1 equal to if we use corresponding angles?
F1.
Okay, F1. So you need to be able to say E1 equals F1 and then the reason corresponding angles. Okay, so I'll show you the reason how you can write that. If we then say the next one, E2, what is that going to be?
The
So
same as F2.
F2, okay? So you can see the F that it creates is like that, where it's upside down and that angle is equal to that angle. So in order to have corresponding angles, your parallel lines need to be part of, like, can you see the parallel line AB falls on this part which creates E2 and CD falls on the part that creates F2. Okay, so
Yes.
it has to include both parallel lines. That's why the parallel lines are very important. Otherwise, you can't create these relationships like corresponding angles, for example.
It would also mean that like F4 would be the same as E2, right?
Yes, F4,
And
F4 and E2. What do you mean? Like, why? Because F4 is equal to what?
because they basically opposite each other as well.
Yeah, okay, that's a good
So
observation. So that's once you work out that two angles are equal, then you can see a relationship with those angles and other angles as well. Okay, that would be true. So because of vertically opposite angles, then F4 is also equal to that E2 as well.
and
E
E4 would
E4 Yeah, true. So it's looking like a lot of these angles are just equal to each other here. What about E3? What do you see? If we use corresponding angles though, not vertically opposites.
Uh, Sorry, can you ask that again? You're asking about E4.
E3. Okay, so E3, but
E3
use
would
corresponding
be
angles.
would be the same as F3.
E3 and F3. Okay, so yeah, that's the shape is like this way now. So you have your angles coming up there by each parallel line. And then E4, what would you say for that?
F4.
Okay, that's great. So I just want to move this so you can see the reason. The reasons you can shorten the word corresponding and just write corresp angles. But this part is very important here, where it says AB is parallel to CD. Now I left off the D, I think, but anyway, let me just write it in there. Okay, so in order to work with corresponding angles, you have to indicate which parallel lines you have worked with so that it is easy to follow what you've done throughout a question. Okay, and angles cannot be corresponding without parallel lines. So you have to indicate which lines are parallel.
Yeah.
And that goes
Just
for all of the other shapes that you've learned, like U, N, Z, and so on. Okay,
okay.
so can you see the reason here? Have you written it down?
Yes.
Okay,
Correspond angles.
yeah. And then A,
AB is parallel to CD.
yeah. Okay, great. Now, if we have alternates, which you can also refer to as alternate interior angles or just alt or alternate angles, again, we are looking at parallel lines. So, what do you know about alternate angles in relation to each other?
I remember it as they have to be inside the lines, and then that makes like a Z almost.
Yeah, like a Z, it can also make an like a N, it depends. It can go in different ways as well. So you need to be able to recognize the different shapes. But now, what are they like? How much are they? If you have one alternate angle and another, how much would it be in relation to each other?
They're equal as well.
Equal as well. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now, the second thing is using the parallel lines to find which ones are equal to what. So E4 is here.
E4 will be equal to EF2.
F2, yes. Okay, so you can even use the diagram to help you. Like if you want, you can draw on it and see, okay, that forms that Z type of shape there.
And
Okay,
then you would
so
say alt
yeah, alt
angles
angles like that. Alt
AB
angles, AB is
parallel.
parallel to CD. Perfect. Okay, you must remember those parallel lines. What about E3 is equal to what angle?
Be one step. So I just want to write this
Okay,
the reason down so I can remember how to write it.
yeah.
Um, E3 will be equal to F1.
F1. Okay, so again, you can form the shape here. Sometimes it looks, a bit odd, like you can see that forms like a very weird looking Z or N, but it's still the same type of shape. Okay, so again, alt angles, AB is parallel to CD. Yeah. Then the last one that you've learned is co-interior. Now, what are they in relation to each other?
They're equal. It's this way they're talking about where they equal 180 degrees.
Yes, they equal 180. So the sum of co-interior angles, what do I mean by sum?
Like, okay, if we use E4 plus F1 equals 180 degrees.
Yes, so that's what I mean with sum. It's one angle plus another or added to another to form 180 degrees. So as you said, E4 plus F1, which would form what type of shape?
C.
Yeah, so we learn it like a U, or you can even see it as a C. It depends which way it's coming up in the diagram, but you can think of it as a U shape or a C shape, but you can see that forms there. Uh, okay, your reason here, coincident angles, again, your parallel lines will be indicated, and you can just write it shortened like you've been learning so far. Okay. Now, can you also see that I've said they are supplementary, which means the same as what?
Uh, Two angles adding up to
Yeah.
a straight line.
Yeah. So, well, not a straight line to 180. Okay, we can call any angles, any two angles that add up to 180 are supplementary. They need to be adjacent. Like you could also say E1 plus E4 are supplementary because of the straight line. But E4 and F1 are supplementary because of co-interior angles, not because of a straight line.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
okay.
understand that.
Okay, so could you tell me another place where you could see co-interior angles in this diagram?
E3 and F2.
E3 and F2. Yeah, that is true. So you can see the shape there. And you'd indicate that again. I used different ones, E3 and F. Oh, you said B3. Yeah, that's the same thing. That's what you just said. Now, did you mean this one and this one, eh?
Yes,
Yeah, so B3,
E3.
I just said E3. It is E3 though, because B is down here indicating the line. Do you see that?
Oh, I did say E.
Oh, did you? Okay, sorry, I
Yeah.
misheard you there. Okay. Now we're gonna look at this example. Calculates the value of angles 1 to 6 in that order. So start with 1 and then go on from there.
Sure. Yeah, a
Okay,
lot of reasoning.
yeah, this will take maybe a couple of minutes, but try work as quickly as you can and make sure you indicate all your reasons.
Um, if listen, I like angle 55, would I label that EBA?
Yeah, I'm just looking at this. There's no central point that's been labeled. So what you can just do is la a label. Let me just put something here. Maybe just label this to be something. What letter don't we have? E, F, G, H. Just label to be K. So A, K, E, and then A.
Okay.
Then you can say this is
K1, K2.
yeah, you can do K1 and K2. If you need
I will need one on each though, won't I?
Yeah, you will. So let me just do that. So this can be L, and then this can be M over here.
Okay.
Yeah, that should be enough. So you can refer to like this as L4 and 6, and or you can refer to it as CLF or FLC.
Okay. I think I'll just use the letters.
Yeah, it will be quicker as well.
Quick question. I would say AKF for
AKF.
K1.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah. I worked out K2 on a straight line, but I just realized I could have used vertically opposite. I could, scratches out and just write. Almost like, can I just do that for, but I can't do it for any of the others, I don't think.
You could
Oh,
just
no, I
leave it
can. I
as
can.
that.
I
Yeah,
can.
maybe do it for the other one.
Okay.
Yeah, but make sure you do it in order so that, because I want you to use specific reasons for specific ones.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. That one I could have used vertically opposite. The
Yeah,
next one I'm going to use co-interior.
you're gonna use criteria. How?
Not co-interior, alternative.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. It's okay. As long as you can notice that you've picked up on that you could have used vertically opposites. So use that for your next one. I think you can do it after you do the third one, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Oh, what number are you on now?
4.
Okay. I'd also like you to just send this to me when you are done, so I can just have a look at your reasons and everything.
No worries.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. I'm on number 5.
Yeah.
So I've said angle FLD. I'm going to use alternative interior. Would I say CMH or LMH?
You can't use interior alternate angles to work
Not
out.
co-interior.
Oh, okay, co-interior. Yeah, that's okay. So you can just refer to either one is fine, either LMH or CMH, because C and L are on the same line.
Okay. Diaz said we can go to break quickly.
Yeah, I just saw that now. So I think just
Or
send me
do
what
you
you've done. Just send me
what?
everything you've done now, and then we'll come back and finish.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, you can take a break. We'll come back just now.
Yeah, I'll see you in a little bit.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Okay, your everything is good so far. Can you just look where you wrote angles on a straight line in the brackets? You must write
Yes.
STR, not SRT.
Sorry.
Yeah, but aside from that, just continue with the last two. So you must find the last 5 and 6.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's finish up with that and then we can move on. So what are you doing now? You've written down FLD plus what? So this one, FLD plus what?
CMH equals 180.
Yes, okay. Why?
Because they co-interior.
Okay. And what lines are parallel to what?
Uh, EF is parallel to GH.
Right. So make sure you have all of that as part of your reason. When you get to number 6, I don't want you to use angles on a straight line. I want you to use something else. Okay, so
Revolution.
sorry?
Revolution. Or
No, not a revolution. I want you to use the parallel lines.
okay. Okay. I'd have to do this on the low, the side of my leg.
Oh, you're running out of space.
Yeah, I'm on number 6 there.
Okay. So what are you using to calculate number
H.
6?
I said CLF is equal to CMH because of corresponding angles
Yes.
and lines EF are parallel to GH.
Okay, that's perfect. Can you just send that to me so I can double check that for you?
I just haven't worked out the angle. Must work out the angle
Yeah,
quick.
you can also work it out.
CLF to
Okay. Uh, corresponding. Okay, that's great. So I'm very glad to see you doing all of the reasons. So you got that then number 5 would equal number 6. So you said that's 60 degrees. Okay, that's great. How are you feeling about this?
I think I'm starting to get the hang of it.
Okay, good. Okay, let's look at some triangle rules now. Okay, so the interior angles of a triangle add up to how much? Can you tell me?
180.
180. Okay, so P plus Q plus R equals.
180.
Okay, so why do you think we don't say that they are supplementary?
It's more than one angle.
More than two angles?
Two angles, sorry.
Okay, so here I'm showing you the reasons. Okay, you can write it in three different ways for the sum of angles in a triangle. You can either say interior angles of a triangle, or sum of angles in a triangle, or just angle sum in a triangle. Whatever you want. It all means the same thing, that angles inside of a triangle add up to 180. Okay, interior angles, that's what I mean by inside. So that's why we say int angles, or you can say sum, which means that we are adding them together, right?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm just writing this down.
yeah, write it down. Okay, you need the reasons. And which one would you like to use if you're going to use one of three?
The top one, probably.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Goes. Just draw a little triangle here so I can label it. E, we go P first. We go Q. What's the angle? R equals 180 because of interior triangle.
And what do we mean
Okay.
by interior?
All the inside angles.
Inside. Okay, so now when I'm moving on to the next rule, which is talking about an exterior angle, what do I mean by exterior?
Outside angles.
So,
Angles like
like this one outside of the triangle, not actually inside of the triangle, right? Okay,
yeah.
now this rule is always got to do with the exterior angle. Do you know how the exterior angle is related to the interior angles?
Or all the exterior angles would be at full revolution, so it'll be 360 degrees. Um,
No, like you can't say L1 equals 360.
no, but what I'm saying, I know that all the angles on the outside equal up to 160, but there can't you? You'd use the straight line rule, wouldn't you?
No. Okay. We could use a straight line if we're calculating L2, for example, sure. But I'd like to introduce you to this rule that has to do with an exterior angle of a triangle. The rule is that it equals the sum of the two opposite interior angles. So what do you think I mean by two opposite interior angles?
See, that makes sense. like K plus M will equal L1.
Yeah, so K plus M. So the sum of two interior angles, but opposite interior angles, okay? So not adjacent interior angles. Can you see L2 would not be an opposite interior? It would
Yes,
be what?
interior.
Yeah, or just adjacent, which is not opposites, okay? Adjacent meaning right next to. So it has to follow the opposites interior angles can be added up together to give you the exterior angle. Or you could have the exterior angle and one of the interior angles, then you would need to calculate the other interior.
I just
Okay,
wanted to write all this down because I have
yeah,
always.
no, that's fine. So as you said, we said that L1 equals K plus M. And this is your reason, exterior angle of a triangle. Okay, it's a complete reason on its own. So it's not using other reasons like straight lines or the reason of angles in a triangle. It's specifically the exterior angle adds up to the interior opposite angles. Does it make
Yeah,
sense?
it does make sense.
Okay.
I could see it visibly as well.
Okay, great. So it helps to be able to visualize that. Because also, if you look at L2, which is on a straight line, how would you find L2 in comparison to L1?
Uh, I would minus it from, or take L1 minus 180.
Yeah, so, and inside of a triangle, you could also find L2 by saying the interior angles all should add up to 180. So if you say K plus M plus L2 should also equal 180,
Then you would use interior angle
yeah, then
as
you
a
could
reason.
also, yeah. So these two rules are quite linked in a way that they often get used together because sometimes you'll often be asked to calculate something like L2, but first you need to calculate one of the missing angles between K and M and then use angles in a triangle to calculate L2, for example.
Okay. So let's write this down quickly.
Yeah, you can write it
Equal,
down quickly.
equal L1 equal K plus M. And the reason is exterior angles of a triangle. And then if I wanted L2, I'll go L2 equals angle K plus M plus T equal T, because I would say because of interior angles here.
For L2.
Yes.
Yeah, so you could work it out if you already had K and M, then you could use interior angles. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm just
okay.
writing that down as well.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Okay, so let's start off with the first rule, which is the sum of angles in a triangle. So number one is quite easy. Should be able to do that quick. Number two has more algebra involved. So let's just do number one quickly. What would you say to work out x? How would you write it
So
down?
angle A plus angle C
Okay.
plus angle B will equal or x equals.
Yeah, so you can put it however b, or if you want, you can say x. But I'm
But wouldn't I
just
say x equals
no,
a
no. That's what I want. You mustn't do that. You mustn't say x equals something. You must write it out fully. So a plus b plus c equals how much?
180
Yeah, so that's your first thing. And what's the reason for that?
interior angles of a triangle?
So that's what you write in a bracket. You can write interior angles, or you can write the other two, sum of angles, whatever you want. But as long as you indicate the sum of angles in a triangle or interior angles, you have to show the rule with the reason before you just say x equals, okay? So
Okay,
what would
I
I
think
do?
I'll just use interior and exterior. It'll stick in my head than the sum. And
Yeah, because in here we are only using this first rule, interior angles adding up to 180.
but I'm
We
saying I think I'm just going to use interior angles instead of the sum of
oh yeah, okay, that's fine. Might be
everything.
easier to remember. Okay, so the next step we have a plus
Sub
b. What will we do?
Substitute A and B.
Okay,
So
so
52 plus 79 plus C, plus
okay, yeah,
X
let's say plus x plus 79. And then
equal 180.
okay. And then you can start saying x equals something.
And I'll go 52 plus 79. I would say X equals 180 minus 131.
Yes, okay, so 180 minus 131. That 131 comes from where?
52 plus 79.
Okay. So your final answer will be
49.
49. Okay, so that's how I want you to do the second one. With first stating, let's just call this A, B, and C as well. Okay, A plus B plus C. I'll just write A, B, and C in for you. And then I'd like you to do this one now by yourself to use the same rule, but also use algebra.
Yeah,
Are you writing this down in green?
sorry.
Are you writing this down or have you written it down already? The green parts.
That one I haven't, no.
Okay,
But I understand. I
you
don't think I'll have to
understand.
write
Okay,
that
no,
one.
that's fine. Let's just take that off then, because I'm not really gonna be using it anymore.
Oops. Yeah, that's gonna leave decimals. Is it meant to leave decimals? That's fine.
No, it shouldn't have. Are you getting to a decimal?
Well, I could already see 190 divided by 5 is going to
No, but that's
Oh
not a
no, what?
decimal. No.
No, never mind.
So what did you get?
Uh, well, I know the angle of B. I just need to work out A and C quick.
Okay. So x equals how much?
38. And then,
Okay, just send me a picture of that as well.
draw 15. Three B equals X. B will equal 38. And C equals 36. 25. Eight plus. Yeah,
Are you done?
yeah. I just wanted to add them, make sure they
Okay,
added
great.
up.
Can you send that to me as well?
But
Are you sending it?
yes, I just wanted to crop out the top pieces
Fine.
because it's just my notes and that.
Okay. Okay, good. Your reasons are very well written out, so I'm glad. Are you feeling comfortable with the rule for the interior angles?
Yeah.
All right, so let's just look at another example where it's a bit more advanced. So we have two questions. We'll use the rules that we've looked at, okay? Including parallel lines, if you want to. Like we can see which line is parallel to which line.
G and J
Okay, how can you tell?
with the little two little arrows.
Yeah, okay, the arrows are telling us that. So we are going to look at how can we calculate the size of B3, which is over here. What comes to mind when you look at this? What are you thinking?
Just trying to see if I can see a relationship quick.
Okay.
Well, I could work it out if I can work out P1 using getting the big triangle,
How
and I
would you
can
work out
use
P1?
angles on a straight line.
Okay, that's correct. Now, can you tell me from the rule we just looked at, the rule of an exterior angle is equal to the sum of two opposite interior angles. Can you see that rule in this question anyway?
I could say that if H and L is also parallel to JM and FG, because then it'll be the same. It'll be equal to 35, won't it? H1.
You can't say that. If they haven't given it to you, you can't just assume that. So you want to say HL is parallel to JM, is that what you mean?
I'm saying H1, I'm asking, would H1 be, or it would also be 35 if it was parallel to JM?
No, but anyway, it's not parallel, and we can't just assume that. So no, it wouldn't be.
But
That's
I'm asking, it would be the same
oh, you're
if it
saying
was.
if it was true that it was parallel, yes,
Yes.
then no. Remember that when you have that F shape, it needs to fall on both parallel lines. So like if these were parallel, you're saying that H1 is gonna be what are you saying? 35.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just see
If it was
that.
parallel.
Yeah,
I
okay.
know
If it
that
was, then sure. Sure. If it was, then sure. But we're not gonna do that. We can't just think that without being told. Right. So I'd like you to look at something else in the triangle.
well, if I
We have
work out P1,
I want you to look at the exterior angle of the triangle. How much is the exterior angle?
110.
Okay, 110. So
So I
it's
can
the exterior angle to which triangle?
pay BP.
Eh, Okay, let's say what you can't say ABP. You can
No,
say okay,
KB,
KBP.
KB.
Okay, so that's true. So if you're looking at KBP and you've been given the exterior angle,
Yeah, they should add up to 110.
which two should add up?
B3 and 35 should add up to 110.
Yes, okay, that's exactly what I'm looking for. So sometimes it's a bit harder to see this rule. That's why I want you to see it like in this diagram, not always relying on angles on a straight line, but also being able to apply this rule. So if you go on to calculate B3, how would you write out the reason and the statements? What's the first thing you'll be writing down if we use this rule?
I would say B3 is equal to, no, yeah, I would say 110 equals B3 plus 35
Yes.
because of exterior angles.
Okay. So you can just write that down. Let me write it for you as well. So 110 degrees equals the B3 plus the 35 degrees and your reason in brackets. How do you write that?
EXT angle and triangle.
Okay, exterior angle of a triangle.
Triangle.
Okay, thank you. So we will be able to solve for B easily by saying what?
Uh, would probably move, no, I would just move the 35. Or do you want me to do it the other way? I can move
Okay,
B
you can
over and then 100.
either way.
Okay, then I'll bring 110 over and or sort of be 110 minus 35. B
Yes.
equals 110 minus 35.
Okay, that's fun. So whichever way you do it, remember in an equation, it doesn't matter if it's B equals something or something equals B. It has the same value either way. So what do you get? 110 minus 35 equals how much?
75.
75. Okay, so that's going to be a fun answer. 75. So I'd like you to look at the next question where it actually says hence. Calculate the reason. So what does it mean if it says hence?
Don't actually.
So hence means that it's connected to the last question. You are using information from your last question to help you answer the question that they are now asking. So that means you need to use information that you've just calculated from B3 in order to calculate B5.
Uh,
Right, so it doesn't
well,
mean you can only use B3. You'll have to also calculate other angles, but it means you should make use of B3.
I can really see B5 will be equal to 110 because
Um,
of corresponding angles
but where do you get that from?
from the
Corresponding where?
parallel lines.
What is B5 equal to that makes it corresponding?
The parallel lines.
But I'm saying B5, this angle. How do you know how do you get that it's 110?
Because we got the value 110 up here.
But this value doesn't automatically affect this B5 all the way down here. You have to first do a calculation to prove that P4 equals 110. Why does P4 equal 110?
Because of vertically opposite angles.
Yes, so that's something that I've told you a bit earlier. You can't rush into the answer. You need to give me exactly how you know that they would be corresponding. Because first you need to
So,
use vertically opposites, as you said, and then you can go on to say that they are corresponding.
okay, so I would say JPE is equal to
Mhm.
APM
Okay.
because of vertically opposite angles. And then
Yes.
I would say ABG is equal to APM because
Yeah.
of corresponding angles
APG.
on a parallel lines FG to JM.
Yes. Okay, that's correct. Now, I'd like you to tell me another way if we use B3 so that we can actually use the word hence in the calculation because hence means you use something from your previous answer. Can I ask you, is there any way you can calculate B2
We can, if we also work out B4, we'd have to.
without
Uh,
working out
uh,
B4?
Uh,
Without working out B4, we can calculate B2.
or we can use alternative interior angles with the
Okay,
35.
yes. So here we have the alternate angles here. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
Okay, so we can do that. What else would we need to calculate to be able to get to B5?
B3 because then it's vertically opposite. So if we B2 plus B3 will be
Hmm.
equal to
Yeah, and we've just
B5.
calculated B3, right?
Yeah,
Okay. So do you see how you can use a previous question to then go on it to answer the next question using this word hence?
yeah, I see now.
Right. Okay. So I want to move on to the next question just so we can apply this a bit further. So this diagram we have, what does it tell us? ABC is what to DEF?
Parallel.
Okay.
Then we know the
Yes, we know.
angle E, well, the whole angle DEB is equal to 70, and F is equal to 40, and then ABE
Okay. So
should
there's
be.
multiple ways you could calculate X and Y, multiple ways using all the rules that we've been going through. So how do you want to do it?
I'll probably work out X first because it's easiest to use.
Okay, how would you work it
Uh,
out?
using cone area.
Okay,
So I would go ABE. Let me just write this as like A
so you're
B
talking about
E.
angle ABE, this one X.
Yes, X
Yes, okay.
plus B
So I'm just
E
going to write X
T
plus,
equals 180 because of
okay, so
co-interior.
you must make sure that you write the parallel lines also, which are what?
A B is parallel to D F.
Okay, so let's just use what they wrote. ABC is parallel to DEF. Okay, so that's your full reason. You can't write your co-interior reason without your parallel lines. Okay, so just remember that. What will you do as the final step to just get X by itself?
Substitute angle BD. Or you in your one you already have. So I'd move over the 70 minus 70. That'll be X equals 110.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. So X equals 110. Okay, that one, any other way that you can think of that you could have calculated that one? Let's say we did calculate Y first.
Then
Let's actually calculate Y. How much could we, in one step, how can we calculate Y quickly?
can you use exterior angle of a triangle?
Not to calculate y, because y is not an interior angle of this triangle. Can you see?
No, I said exterior, but you can't.
Yeah, I'm saying you can't use the exterior angle to calculate y because y is not an interior angle. Do you understand? Because remember with the exterior angle, if we used, let's say we're calculating B2, how do we use the 70 degrees to calculate B2?
To, I'd first have to work out E2. In my head, I would have to work out E2, and then I can work out B2,
Okay.
and
I
then
want you
X
to
plus
think,
B2 plus Y will equal 180.
I want you to think about if we use the rule that the 70 degrees, can you see the 70 as exterior to BEF, the triangle?
Yes.
So inside of a triangle, like the whole, let me just use a highlighter. This triangle, B, E, F, okay? You need to be able to see the interior angles here. So we have 70 degrees is outside of this triangle. We've been given one interior angle. So how can you calculate B2, the other interior angle of the triangle?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I would work the first thing that comes to my head is I'd work out E2, which would be 110. I'd have to give reasoning though.
Now understand what
But
you want to do. You want to get angles on a straight line and then use angles in a triangle, right?
yeah.
I want you to use the exterior angle of the triangle.
Oh, okay. So it'll be, I see what you're saying. No, you could go B2, no, 70 equals B2 plus 40 or F.
Yes, 70 equals B2 plus 40, or 40 plus B2 equals 70, however you want to put it. Then what do you do to actually get B2? If we do that, and then our reason would be exterior angle of a triangle. Are you seeing this now?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason is exterior angle. I just want you to be able to visualize this. That's why I don't want you to always rely on angles on a straight line. You must be
Okay.
able to see other methods. So are you seeing that
I
B2
did see
should,
eventually, yeah.
okay, what does B2 equal then?
Uh, should be 30 then, shouldn't it?
Yes, okay, it should be because it's going to be,
Can't be
um,
negative 30.
no, it can't be negative. It's going to be 70 minus 40. Are you following me?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's one way. If you were to calculate B2, then you also, let's think about how you can calculate Y without using angles on a straight line. I want you to actually use the parallel lines to calculate Y. Let me just move this off.
Well, it's a alternative, alternate interior angle because
Sorry to cut.
Yes.
So you guys can take a break as well, okay? Until 1:15.
Quarter past
thank
one.
that.
Oh, you mean quarter past 12?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
you're
Thank you,
welcome.
ma'am.
Okay, are you ready to continue?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we've we've actually solved X and Y because we've looked at different ways how to solve both of them. So if you want to use alternate angles, like you said, for getting Y immediately, you can say that it equals 40 because of alternate angles. Otherwise, you can use the ways that we've done first doing X through co-interior. If you wanted to maybe use angles on a straight line, first getting B2 and then getting Y. Okay. But let's move on from this now. Okay, so we have another example using algebra as well. So I want you to try this one out. We need to calculate X and Y. And it is given parallel lines. Okay, PS is parallel to QT. So you can start with this now.
Firstly, I'd say I'd just tell you how many I did.
Yeah. Tell me. So what's the first thing?
So I would say uh, QTR is equal to PSR
E.
because
Yes. Okay.
because of corresponding angles
Yeah.
in the parallel lines Q, T, and PS. So I'd
Perfect.
say
Okay. So
it'll be
what
40.
will you say 3x plus 10 is equal to 40?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So I'd say 3x plus 10 equal to 40. 3x equals 50 divided by 3.
How do you get 50?
30. If you're,
Okay. So yeah, you're gonna change the sign of the 10, eh, to become negative.
so then x is equal to 10.
Okay. So x equals 10. How do we get y? Okay, but also just remember your reasons. So you said corresponding. So as you said, corresponding and then the parallel lines. So PS is parallel to
It's,
QT. Okay. Did you write that down?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how will you approach y to get that?
Let me just think about it for a second. Well, I could say it's a
What did you say?
no, I can see an alternative angle, but
Where?
then I would need the Z from PSQT. That still won't help.
So you're talking about this one.
Yes. And for Y,
So what about them?
they are alternative interior angles
So what does that mean?
that they equal each
Okay.
other.
So that's what
Then
we're
I
at.
can work it out.
Yeah, you should be able to because both of them are y, so it should work out.
So then I would say P S Q equal to S U T because of alternative interior equals and then P because P S is parallel to QT.
Yeah,
So
that's
then
correct.
we'll not go 3y plus 20 equals 4y. So then I'll, I would probably move the 4 on the other side, which will leave me with 1y, which is y
So are you
equals
saying you're gonna
20.
move the 4 to the left-hand side?
Yeah.
Okay, if you do that, then you have
That,
to move the 20 to the right-hand side as well.
which leaves me with a negative. Well, yeah, oh no, it'll be y equals 20.
Yes, because if you say 3y minus 4y, doesn't that become negative?
Yeah. But
So
if I'm
you,
swapping both of them, I can.
yeah, if
Okay,
you swap, uh,
I think
yes,
we'll continue with this later.
uh,
I want to basically wrap this up and continue with some other work that we have to cover. Nicholas, you can go home and figure this out and take a screenshot, and then you'll come back with your answers tomorrow, okay?
Okay, well, we just did finish
yeah,
that one.
we're basically done with this. There's not actually much left for him to do.
Okay, perfect. I'll give you guys a few minutes to do this. I'll just speak to you, Nina, and then we'll move on from there, okay?
Okay, yeah, we'll just be 2 minutes to finish this.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so if you do it that way, where you take the 4y over, then just make sure that you also take the 20 over so that you're left with negative on both sides.
They cancel each other out.
Yeah, so they will cancel. Otherwise, you could also take the 3y over,
That
right?
side. I
Yeah.
always just try to keep my variable on the
Mm.
left.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know
perfectly
why.
fine. You can do that as long as you remember that the signs will change and that you take your actual constant numbers to the right-hand side then. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why I do that. I just always have.
No, no,
It
I
makes more
understand.
sense in my head.
Yeah, it helps to just leave the variables on the left-hand side. Usually it makes sense to do that. Okay, so I
But could
think
you say, could I just leave? You could just leave it as 20 equals y.
yeah, you could leave it as 20 equals y. So you'll
Yeah.
finish, you need to end off with y equals something. You can't say negative y equals something. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
to get rid of the negatives, then you'll just show you show left, or you divide the left and the right by -1 and -1, won't you?
Yes, yeah, like that. Because remember that this is technically negative 1y, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm
So
saying.
yes, yeah, that's perfectly correct what you're saying. So both sides, and then why does it cancel? A negative divided by a negative equals,
Positive.
yeah. Okay, so that's how we get there. And you'll never have a negative for an angle. So
Yeah.
if you do, you've definitely done something wrong there. Okay. But yeah, we'll stop here. And then I'm not sure when we'll continue, but I will see you again sometime.
Okay. Thank you. I learned a lot here.
I'm glad to
Thank
hear
you.
that. No problem. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye
I'll see you
bye.
at the other room.
Okay. Yeah, see you. Bye.
Okay. Is everybody here? Okay, 2 more seconds. All right. Perfect. Okay, teacher Yanina, we are ready to go when you are ready to go. Guys, take out your creative arts books. Do you have creative arts books?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
We are going to speak about your assignment that you have for creative arts. So wake up. This last stretch is a very important stretch. All of you, wake up. Maybe you should go wash your faces and wake up a little bit. The only
Also, a little
awake.
energy activity.
Hey,
Also have a little energy activity.
nice, very nice. The only sort of awake student here is Ingwiri. The rest of you are sleeping. Good. You must have some kind of objection to that, ma'am. I want to wake up, right? I'm giving you guys 1 minute. Go like wash your faces, come back, awake, put some water on your face.
Yes, ma'am.
Nicholas, you too. Will be good for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Yanina, when they come back, then I'll just leave it to you. Okay,
Okay, awesomeness.
perfect.
Ma'am, you fine if I move to the other room because my alpha is vacuuming and I can't really hear my laptop.
Sure. For today. Sure. Okay. Just a note here, Lisa, I really like how you asked that question. That was very productive and that was very good communication. And I'm happy that you're learning how to ask questions. I'm very happy with that.
Okay. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing?
Good on you,
Thank
ma'am.
I'm
Thank
good.
you, ma'am.
So my name is Yanina. It's very nice to meet you all. And yeah, I'm going to be teaching you creative arts today, going through your assignment. I've got a degree in theater and performance. So I think I know what I'm talking about. And yeah, I'm also doing some stuff in the acting industry and all that too at the same time. So yeah, I hope you guys are all ready. It should be something really fun, and I hope you guys do have fun with this because the more you engage with this kind of stuff, the more it's going to help you. And tell me, like, are you guys interested in drama at all? Like, are you interested in the creative arts in general? Are you, do you see the benefit of it at all? I want to hear
Uh,
from each and every one of you.
I never really thought of it.
Okay. How about you, Reese?
Um, I do see like I think creative arts is like very fun, but I've never like actually like thought about it like in detail because I just think it's very fun.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad you enjoy it. And you, Nicholas?
Well, I'm not the most interested in
Hmm.
arts and drama,
No
but I do
problem.
see the culture, if you want to
Mm,
call it that, behind it.
okay. And you, Nkwedi?
I think it's like a fun way to express yourself.
Okay, that's good. Fantastic. Okay, so look, it might not be your thing. That's okay. But creative thinking is something that's really important for anything you do. When you go out there in the real world, in the business world, you're going to have to think creatively about how you approach things, right? And also, you're going to have to probably speak to people quite a bit in your lives. You're going to have to interact in business situations. Some of you might have to give speeches and presentations. And even in school, other classes, they require you to give speeches and things. So drama can really be something that can help you in how you present yourself and how you are able to speak up and speak clearly and make people understand what you're saying, right? So that's kind of the benefit of it. And it really helps with confidence too. Like me, I'm an introvert. I'm quite shy in, reality, but I've quite changed quite a bit, since I started doing this. And the stage is the one place where I feel like super confident, right? So, you know, take what you can from the subject, even if it's not really your thing. Try and think about the benefits that it's going to give you in the real world. All right. Any thoughts, or shall we jump into an exercise?
I think we should jump into exercise.
All right. Cool. So I'm going to do this with you guys. I want everyone to stand up. And I also want you guys to try and be louder than me, okay? If you're not loud enough, I'm going to tell you to be louder, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to count down from 8. We're going to shake our hand, shake our other hand, shake the foot, shake the other foot. Okay? We're going to go like 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're going to do that 4 times. And then we're going to go 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 until we get down to 1. Okay? And we're going to go faster and faster each time. Okay? Fantastic. So
Yes,
turn on
ma'am.
your mics and go for it. Okay?
Ma'am, can only one of me and Reese turn on the mic because there's going to be an echo.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I think one of you keep your mic on, one of you keep it off. Uh, okay. I think Maddie. Oh, wait. Okay, Reese, you turned yours on. Okay, cool. Ready, everyone? I
Yes,
wanna-
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Louder. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1. And okay. Everyone feeling energized? No, it's the end of the day.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
fantastic. Okay, so now you guys have this assignment coming up. Let me share my screen so that you can see what you're dealing with. All right. Sorry, just want to, oops. Okay. So, as you can see, it says, perform a shortened version of a well-known story in one of the genre or styles listed below. Most dramas benefit from using different technical resources such as backdrops, props, and decor, lighting, and music. Make your own technical resources for your performance. And it also has to be 3 minutes long. It says that later on in the document too. So, tell me, do you guys know what a genre is?
Is it basically like acting on a stage?
No. Try and think about the type of acting.
Like something like it's like it's really their own genre for like different stuff, like comedy,
Yes,
musical.
exactly. So it's basic genre is basically the different types of acting that you get. You can have a comedy, tragedy, musical, you can have a thriller, a horror, there's various things. For this particular activity, though, you're going to be focusing on comedy, tragedy, musical, and puppet shows. Okay. So tell me, do you guys, what do you think of a comedy? What elements does a comedy have?
Um,
Joe.
Jokes. Yes, that is one. You can also have physical comedy, right? So that's comedy where it's like that slapstick kind of comedy where people are falling over or they're acting with their bodies and they look really funny. Have any of you seen Jim Carrey, for example? Nicholas, are you
Yes.
noted?
Yes, man.
Okay. So tell me, what do you notice about his comedy?
Well, his comedy is about the way he acts almost more than what he speaks. But he does also, but yeah.
Yeah, his facial expressions, they're crazy, they're wild, right? And sometimes he manipulates his voice. I mean, you can use accents for this. Have fun with that, even if it's not a comedy, even in the other genres, you can have fun with accents. For example, you can do an American accent or maybe a British accent. Would you like a cup of tea? There's so much you can do to play, right? This is your time to play. Okay, this is the fun of being creative and being able to do drama, right? So with a comedy, you can do physical, you can play with your voice, you can play with your facial expressions. Keep that in mind, okay? And then if we have some time, I'll also show you some little videos about the different genres so you can get an idea of the different ways you can play. Okay, then we have tragedy. Okay, I'm going to show you a quick little video about this. And I want you to pay attention to the different elements shown in the video.
Also, guys, I want you to interact with teacher Yanina. Stop being so dead. Don't sit there all smug, waiting to be entertained. This is not a time for you to get entertained. This is a time for you to learn how to interact with the subject. So wake up.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am,
Yes? Oh, wait,
I
you can't.
can't.
I think I didn't share properly. Let me stop and redo it. Thank you for letting me know. Okay,
Yes.
shades. Okay. That should do it.
Hello. Let's explore the characteristics of tragedy. A tragedy is a form of drama that shows the downfall of a dignified, superior character who participates in events of great significance. The ancient Greeks used tragedy to explore man's relationship with the gods and developed serious subjects such as duty, suffering, and fate. Characteristics of Greek tragedy include a tragic hero who is the center of the tragedy, a person of high ranking who accepts their downfall with dignity. They have a tragic flaw, which is an error in judgment or weakness that brings about their downfall and is not realized until it's too late. There's also a chorus, which is a masked group of actors who serves as the voice of the audience. A tragedy always ends in catastrophe, a disastrous conclusion that involves multiple deaths. Also, a central belief is the idea of fate, that your future has been ordained by the gods no matter what action a person takes. To summarize, A Greek tragedy will involve a tragic hero. The tragic hero will have a tragic flaw or weakness that will cause their ultimate downfall. A chorus will be used as the voice of the audience. It will end in catastrophe, and fate or the inability to control fate will be a major theme.
Okay, so what did we take from that video?
Tragedy has more multiple deaths.
Okay, very good. What else?
That it normally ends like in a catastrophe or like a disaster.
Mm-hmm. Ingwedi, Nicholas?
I was about
Um,
to say exactly that, but it also
Oh,
has a lot of drama in it.
mm-hmm. Okay,
like
yeah.
let's say someone like a queen falls from a castle, then the gods
Mhm.
try and help her, but like it's too late. So like that type of
Okay, yeah, that's a good example. So basically, it's a story where the character who is the main character who is a hero, right? You also have to remember the character is a tragic hero. So they have some sort of flaw. Maybe they're really full of themselves, right? They're overly confident, and that ends up working against them in the end, right? So you have to think about a character flaw that'll come back to bite them in the butt, basically. Make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Fantastic.
ma'am,
Yes.
I actually have an idea like what you meant by that.
Mm-hmm.
So like I mean, I don't remember the movie, but like I remember there was a queen that had like very long hair, and then the queen like put the head down like by the window, and then the person tried climbing on the hair,
Yes.
but like the person pulls the hair and then she falls. So basically like that.
Okay. Are you saying the witch who got her to have her hair so long and was climbing up it, the other one took her hair and she fell?
Basically.
Okay. Not exactly, because that person is a villain. So it has to be the person who's the hero who ends up having bad things happen to them. Okay. So basically, right, what you have to consider, right, is it has to have a tragic ending. It has to have something bad happen in the end. It's not a happy ending. Yes, in the more traditional ones, someone will die or everyone will die. You don't necessarily have to do that. In more modern tragedies, it's more a case of, they something about their personality and their actions, something they did wrong, even though they're a hero and a good person, it still comes back to bite them in the butt. And it's not fun. It's not rainbows and sunshine. Meanwhile, a comedy would probably have a much happier ending. The hero will actually win. Everyone will be happy in the end, laughing. Full of joy. Okay, are we understanding the differences?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
ma'am.
Now, with a musical, right? What you need to keep in mind with a musical, there are various things to consider. Okay. A musical is going to have themes. I mean, sorry, it's going to have dialogue in the beginning, maybe. You don't have to sing the whole time, right? You can sing just a little bit sorry, you can speak a little bit in the beginning and then go into song. So it's like, in a movie, right, where there's a musical, usually they start off talking and then suddenly they're singing, so you can start off with a little bit of talking and then flow into the song, right? And it'll include song, it'll include dance. And remember, it's not just about the singing or the dancing. You have to consider the acting in it, right? If you choose to do a musical, you are choosing to do a musical as well as another genre at the same time. Because you have to actually choose something to act about in the musical. You can't just sing a song and stand there, right? You have to have energy. You need to be big. You need to give big movements, You have to have that power in what you're singing, okay? Because especially with like theater musicals, right? People are looking at you from far away and you have to make everything bigger, okay? Making sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All
Yes, ma'am.
right. Now for a puppet show. I want everyone, you can either use, while I explain puppetry, You can either use a sock or your hand. I'm going to do a little activity with you. All right.
Man,
Mm-hmm.
I know, like, I watched some puppet shows.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. All right. So,
All of you go and get a sock
you
or two socks.
can either get a sock or you can use your hand and draw eyes on your hand. Okay, like this, right? And draw two eyes if you don't have a sock near you. But either way, you're gonna need something. So either draw your eyes or get a sock.
I'll just get a sock.
Okay.
He's trying to find a sock without a hole. It's hard.
It's okay. You know, maybe he has an eye patch. Okay. So, is everyone ready?
Socks.
Okay. Are you ready?
Let me put the. Okay.
Okay.
Ready.
All right. So I'm going to show you guys how to breathe life into your puppet. Okay? Because in a puppet show, if the puppet's just dangling there, right, and you're just saying words, it's not going to be believable. Okay? And you can make a puppet out of pretty much anything. You don't have to go and buy a puppet, okay? You can either make one with paper or anything. In university, we were given like brown paper bags to make puppets out of. And we had to make it look good as well, right? So you can be creative with this and do whatever you need to. But as long as you make it convincing, right? And you should always give your puppet eyes, okay? Because eyes are windows to the soul, okay? I've got these stickers for now. But I want you to think of the puppet as an extension of yourselves, okay? Just wait, I'm going to stop screen sharing for a second. Okay. Okay. So I want you to think of it as an extension. Lift your hands up. Okay, I know it feels silly, but it's a time to be silly. Enjoy it while you have it. So now I want you, as the puppet closes and opens its mouth, I want you, when it closes its mouth, to breathe in, and when it opens, to breathe out. Okay, so make sure it's copying your breath. Okay, can you see how it's moving? Give it life. Okay. Now I want you to look at your puppet. Okay. And now I want you to make a sound with your puppet, and every time it makes a sound, I want you to move it like it's looking at you or something, okay? Nice and gritty. And you can make it happy or you can make it creepy. I will say the paper bag puppets were extremely creepy, especially when there were a lot of them in a room. My word. All right, so that's a puppet exercise. I'm actually, if we have a moment, I want to show you a big version of this, right? From a thing called Warhorse. It's incredible the way they use the puppet. It's a massive horse, but you're gonna be able to see how they breathe life into it, okay? If it's a puppet, it's not just a puppet. You have to think of it as an extension of you, okay? That's why I'm teaching you this breathing exercise. Do you understand?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great. Now I'm going to share the screen again. And do you guys know what technical resources are?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. What is it?
It's like resources that you have like for a little amount of time till
No.
like proper.
Oh, wait, sorry, repeat that.
I was gonna say like technical things is like when you have something that will choose for a short amount of time until you get like the no or the real one.
Okay, no,
I
no.
was gonna say it's more
Mhm.
like a physical, something physically you can get hold of to be part of your project or
Yeah, something like that, exactly. That includes things like props, decorations, lighting, music. Okay. It says here backdrops as well. So I want you guys to have fun with this performance. Whatever story you choose to create, you need to think about your background. You need to think about props that you can use, costume. You need to create a fully rounded story. And you don't need anything special, really. Like you can make use of what you have. If you have a particular place at your house, like a garden or something, and it suits the story, or if you have like a fireplace or something and it works for the story, use it. I mean, one time I even used I took a sheet, right, and I attached it from the door to my cupboard. And then I took some random like decorations that we had, like string decorations, and I attached that, and it looked like a fashion show backdrop. There's so much that you can do with the little that you have, okay? And yeah, so just try and keep that in mind. Try and have fun. And if you want to include like music and stuff like that, right? I want you guys to write this down and take note of it because it'll make your lives a bit easier. Don't go crazy with the editing now, okay? Because like we want to see you. We want to see what you can do and how you can perform. But this, I use it for my videos and stuff, for YouTube and things. Um, Video Maker. I want you guys to use this app if you don't have an app that you use yourself for editing. It's very easy to add music and things like that. If you have any questions, you can ask on the group. But yeah, it's a very useful app. Okay. And now, I want you guys to tell me about some well-known stories that you could make use of for this project. Like, what do you understand by a well-known story? Like, do you have anything that you think you could use to create something out of?
Not really.
What are your favorite movies, your favorite books, maybe a fairy tale, anything? And if you don't answer, I'm gonna stop picking
oh,
on you. Okay,
uh,
yes?
I was gonna say I don't know what the name of it is, but what's the one where she kisses the toad and it
Oh, The Princess and the Frog. That's a good one.
yeah.
That's a good one. And you can either use the real story, I mean, the original story, or you could use the Disney version. But yeah, remember, this is also going to be a 3-minute video. So you're going to have to choose the most important points of the story, right? Because it's a 1.5 hour movie, you're going to have to squeeze it into 3 minutes. Okay, so that's also something very important that we'll touch on just now. Okay, Maddie, how about you?
I was gonna say the Titanic, but I've never watched it. But I think it's a very like you can do it for tragedy.
Okay, yeah, that is tragic. I haven't watched it too, but I also know I'm too scared to. I don't like crying when watching movies. Okay, who else?
I was also gonna say the Titanic.
Okay. What about another one? There's lots of movies out there. Even cartoons, anything.
Shrek.
Sorry?
Um,
I was gonna say what about Shrek?
Oh, that's a brilliant one. That is fantastic. Great movie. And there's so much you could do with that. Reese, what about you?
um, I'm thinking of like making a sock puppet and a tragedy movie at the like same time. So I'm thinking of
Yes.
almost like almost like half dark movies, like Batman or
That would be
anything
brilliant.
like.
I like how you're thinking about what you're gonna do already. That actually sounds like so much fun. Okay. Okay. So now that we've spoken about that, I want to take you through this because you only have 3 minutes to do this, right? So you need to think about like how you're gonna fit the story. Do you guys know what an exposition is? I want you to also draw this, please, and write down things as they are.
Isn't it like the intro,
Yes,
introducing the characters?
exactly. Basically introducing your characters, introducing the backstory, setting up the story essentially. Then we have the rising action. Okay, so now I want you to think about the rising action as, okay, so now something has happened, right? That is causing issues in the story for the hero, for whoever it is that is the main character. And they're going to have to face these challenges. I need you to think of some sort of challenge they need to face and overcome for the rising action. Okay. Okay, and the climax, what's the climax?
Like something big happens.
Yes, exactly. It's the most pivotal point in the story, the most important part of the story. It's the most exciting part as well. It's where, like, there's the massive fight scene, or the two heroes finally get together and they're happy and in love, after everything. It's like, it's the most hectic part of the film, the most important thing of the film. And then the falling action.
And everything like starts to get sad, like everyone's dying and all those.
In a tragedy, yes. That's actually for a tragedy. But if it's a happy movie, it's sort of like when everything is starting to calm down, they're all, walking back home from their journey. You know, they've just defeated the evil person. It's the kind of calmness of the, like, after the climax, it's so going down. And then the denouement. Anyone heard of that?
The ending of the story.
The ending of the story. Yeah, basically. So it kind of, at the denouement, it's like now things are calming down. It's completely calm now. Like, they just, everything's finished. Maybe they're sitting at the top coffee table and they're all happy. And, it's like that scene at the end of the movie where everyone's happy, everyone's like talking, and it's a happy ending. You see them getting married at the end, or, it's sort of like tying up the story. It's like the conclusion, right? And you need to consider how is the story going to end, okay? But you have to bring it down into the ending, okay? You don't just go from the climax to the ending. Don't skip steps, okay? And then yeah, okay. So that's how you take your story from beginning to end in those 3 minutes. Make sure that you have each and every single one of these elements, okay? All
Yes,
right. Now I think I will show you a quick video. Let's see. I think, sorry. Oh, wait, let me find the war horse video. I want you to see that so that you understand the puppetry exercise. Oh gosh, if this thing will load. Okay. Okay. Sorry, it's taking a second. I want you to tell me what you notice about this horse. So watch actively, okay? Oh gosh, sorry, it's taking some time. take note of how the horse looks like it's breathing, okay? Okay, do you see that? What do you notice?
The real horse almost thinks it's like a real horse.
Exactly. And why is that?
Because like it's moving like a real horse and it's the same size.
Mm. And how about you, Maddie? I haven't heard from you in a bit.
I think because also like it's like acting like the same way that the real horse is.
Yes. Okay. So it has the same characteristics as a real horse, right? And it's breathing. That's why it seems almost alive, you know? It's those little nuances, those little movements that make it seem so lifelike almost, and why even the real horse is kind of confused, like what's going on here, you know? So I want you to think about that if you do puppetry. You know, think about the different characteristics that can make your puppet seem more real. Give it little personality traits, little like quirks that a human would have, or, you know, just like little movements, you know, that kind of thing. Just keep that in mind, okay? Even for your own characters, for your tragedies, dramas, musicals, think about the things that make the character who they are, okay? And now I think I just want to run through quickly the rubric with you. And then if you want, I have like two more videos that I would like to show you. They're fun videos. So if you want, you can stay for them after I go through the rubric. I know it's time. So yeah, but they are quite fun if you want to watch them, and they would be helpful as well. Okay, cool. So expectations. The suitability of the drama. The learner chose an exceptional genre. It's not necessarily that a genre isn't exceptional. It's more so the fact that, you know, it's how you present it. You know, did you do the right things to present this drama? I mean, this whatever genre it may be, did you consider all the elements of it? And I would recommend even going and doing your own research, checking the different elements that make that make the genre what it is. Okay. Knowledge of the highlights and crises in the performance. The learner has good insight into the highlights and crises in the performance. Okay, that's why I took you through that that plot map, right? Aristotle's narrative, right? Because you need to know what the key points in this are going to be, okay? You need to be able to do that within that short time that you've been given. Make sense?
I think, Janina, let's come back to this tomorrow, because I would like for them to continue with this. This is going to take a lot from, and guys, it's going to take a lot from your side. Remember that you mustn't do a half-ass job. Okay, guys, don't just come here with like a puppet or whatever that, oh, and then I never knew, and come with excuses of your mom and your dad and this and that. Guys, are you hearing me? I'll give you as much time as you need for this. Okay. Teacher Yanina is going to be working with you through this. However, do not just do a whatever nonsense job and not be appreciative of all of the effort that we're putting into this. Okay, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Go home today and think about what's it going to look like for you. Tomorrow when you come back, you're going to be telling your teacher about what's it going to look like for you. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Guys, do you have any questions? I'm going to dismiss you.
No.
Are you sure? right?
Ma'am, do I like have to like design the puppet?
Teacher Nina can answer that.
Yes. You can make the puppet out of anything you like, right? Try and be creative. If you want, go and check out a YouTube video. They'll show you maybe a tutorial on how to make one. If you want, you can even use the sock, but make sure to use it in a way where maybe you can add some things to it. Use an old one, please. Don't ruin your clothes. But even a background, can say so much. Even if you're just using that, like you can really create an environment, right? And it's also how you act with the puppet. Okay, how you put life into it. Okay, so try and be as creative as you can. Okay, try and look up some YouTube videos, see how you can create something fun.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Any
Yes,
other
ma'am.
questions, guys?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, I want Reese. This is a great chance for you to express your creativity. I can see that you're excited. Nicholas, it's a great chance for you to break free from whatever phase you're sitting in right now. Guys, all of you guys are literally in one state. You're not a state, it's a way of behaving. One state all of you are in, which is normal. It's just normal to be like that. There's a chance to break your state and find a new character and start acting as a new person. Okay?
Very
It's
true.
really going to push you. I'm really excited. Okay. We'll carry on with this tomorrow, and it takes a lot to make time for this with all of the work we have to do. But I think that some of you have had great wins today. Would any of you like to share what your wins were for today?
Like
Mm.
learning more about like how to do fair a fable.
A fable. Yes, that was so interesting, Ingveri. You better keep your questions ready for the next time you have that lesson, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, Reese, what were your wins today? Mary, you can come and sit here and with Reese and ask and respond to the question. Reese, what were your wins?
Ma'am, I think Mary's laptop died.
Is she here? She messaged me about that, so I know.
I think my biggest win today was that my math has gotten like a lot better, and I have like a more big understanding in math, and I feel like now I'm more confident and like more fun doing it with math.
Yeah. Yeah. I tell you, that was good. I saw your improvement. Teacher Ikra worked really well with you. Really, 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 really well. And you are, honestly, you're a new math student now. I don't think you're ever going to be, have you ever had a win like this, Reese? Ever?
I think I never had a win like this in math ever in my life.
This is so good. I am so excited. I just want to scream. I'm so excited. I don't think you're ever going to go back to the old version of you again. This is probably feels like a win in golf or something that you're really confident in. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I know. This is what I want to see the whole year. But obviously it means that we can't cover the whole curriculum. We have to take it one step at a time. Okay. Nicholas, anything you want to share about your wins today?
I actually learned quite a lot today. It's quite nice being one-on-one.
Yeah. That one-on-one attention is honestly, guys, you guys are in a group, but you're getting one-on-one attention. You are really lucky. Like we have special, very, 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 very special options for that you guys are getting just like that in this group. And Nicholas, you got to cover foundations, which is really nice. So I love that for you. Okay, guys, if that is all, you are allowed to go. And I will see you tomorrow. Have your drama stuff ready, okay? Your creative arts things ready. Not the whole project, just know what you're going to be doing tomorrow, and you can come back and speak to your teacher about it, and she'll guide you on it. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I can't wait to do this, like it thing, the creative arts pro thing.
Oh, I'm glad. Enjoy it. Have fun.
Okay. Bye, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Bye, teachers.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have a great afternoon.
Bye.
too.
You too.
Okay, well done, teachers. Today was quite a hectic day, hey?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I will say I
Yeah.
enjoyed working with Nicholas one-on-one. Yeah. I don't know how it went because I wasn't in the lesson, so I can mostly just comment on him and what we were doing. But yeah, it was good. I think he seemed very engaged. He was asking a lot of questions. If he was going wrong, I was kind of guiding him back on the right track as to how his explanation is maybe off track, seeing the gaps, filling them in as we went along. So it was good.
Yeah, I've been watching the lesson and I have a lot of feedback. I don't know if I want to go through it now, but there's a lot for both of you, for all of you. I have a lot to say, but I wanted to sort of throw you in the deep end. I know that Ikra has experience with this as well. Okay, Damien, you did get to prepare, but Janina, it was just because I know you've been working with Emil on this, so you probably
Yeah.
have experience with this. So that helped a lot. I also want to let them know that yes, you've done a degree. You've done a degree, right, in drama?
Yeah.
But I also want them to know that you're really good with English as well. So you must just share
Yes.
your weakness
I
in that regard. Okay. However, I also have to mention that sometimes we will be co-teaching. So a lot of times, like, I will cut you off, I will intervene in the lesson and be like, this and that. But it's not to dull your shine or,
No problem.
sort of throw you off. It's just so that sometimes I have to, intervene to guide them and things. So get ready for that. And then if I do give I do give an instruction and okay, but I also want this to happen, rather just stick with my instruction because
Okay.
if they sense that there isn't like
Not a united front.
yeah, it's like it can get bad, I won't lie, because the students then will triangulate and try to take advantage of that situation. So I guess it's the best you get to see of them, but it comes with a lot of hard.
Also tried to pick up on what you were saying as well, like because I was noticing it slightly, but you mentioned it before I did, so I was like, okay, let me just also carry on because I noticed they were like some were more involved and some got more involved towards the end. Like Reese, I could see was like really getting into it as well as Ngwedi.
And I was a bit worried because I know that Maddie and Reese, like they're probably going to be a bit more quiet with this, and I want to push them. I don't want to give them that opportunity to not be involved. They mustn't be about this. They must be involved, and I like that they opened up. So it's good. Reese is excited, and this is a good thing. It's not even work that they need to be doing. It's extra work, but it's good for their development. And I'm going to keep it. I will give you that extra time to put them with this. I think it's going to be
right. Yeah. Because I was also thinking, I think I might have been like, I didn't say anything, but I think I was also like slightly stressed. Oh gosh, I think because like I kind of prepared for like an hour, and then I was like, okay, I need to do this within this time.
Yeah, and
so I think internally I was like,
and that was also a test because I wanted to see, because if we were pressed for time because we had a lot of focus on the math. So you did that, then I was like, okay, I'm gonna put you, Nina, in this half an hour and see. And I see that you did mostly manage to complete everything in that time. And I like that very much.
Okay.
That was very nice.
Thank you.
Because I know that you wanted to expound on it, and they need to grow the understanding in this. I don't even, it's so weird to me, but I don't really think they watch much television, which it doesn't make logical sense to me. Like I love movies. Like I'm a real movie person, so I can't understand that. I feel like it's very important for their development to just have some understanding of drama and like that.
That's why I also wanted to show them a couple more fun like videos and
yeah, you must. And show them an example of how this, the storyline, that whole storyline you were showing, that gets covered in English. It's getting covered in all of them.
I noticed you were teaching it. I mean, it was in the book the other day when you were teaching Nicholas, I think.
Exactly. So, So like you must show them different, like how the different movies have the storyline.
Mm.
Ikra, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I was kind of trying to log back in with my other device. So can I do that?
Yeah, sure.
Really now.
Yeah,
One thing I
okay.
will say is like I think I was maybe working slow or slower than I should have because we didn't actually get to the quadrilaterals. So we only have done the straight lines and the triangle rules. But I did prepare more than I needed as well. So I was just including a lot of questions to consolidate each section. That's why I thought it's better to go a bit slow rather than to rush to the end of the quadrilaterals and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And okay, I'm gonna go through this. Guys, like I might take you through the feedback as a group, or I might do it one-on-one. I just want you to be open to the possibility that I do the feedback as a group so that so that you all can learn it at the same time.
Yeah, we
I
learn
think
from
that's
each
a good
other's
idea. Yeah.
Yeah,
advantages and disadvantages.
absolutely. And I think, you know, I think it's very important to, like, Damien, I loved how you were very, like, you knew what you were going to cover with him and you know your work very well. I think that's very important, like just knowing your work. And if you don't know your work, it's a whole other skill, the whole
Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that you must focus on your energy levels as well. That's very important too.
Yeah.
So
I will say I feel that I was a little bit low. Especially before we had the break, because we were going for almost 3 hours. So once I came back from the break, I felt my energy was a bit higher again.
yeah,
So I do see what you're saying. I felt low, like I felt tired in that moment before we had the break. I was actually going to ask you, can we have a break? And then you said it on the group. So I did feel that in myself as well.
yeah, because and remember something, if you need to pace yourself, like you mistake that and be like, okay, I need to pace myself. Like, and also the more that you take control of the energy levels, the more authority you take in the lesson.
Yeah.
Versus if you like Nicholas, he actually all of them, they'll just go into their slump and carry on slumping the whole day, and they don't have to bring up the energy in the group. They don't worry about that. They don't understand the importance of that in the lesson. And of course, this doesn't mean now being a clown, or I always tell them I'm not a clown, because they mustn't think now, oh, it's the teacher's responsibility to wake me up, I don't really like that mentality. But at the same time, as the teacher, take charge of that, take charge of those energy levels and just be like, it comes with, maybe like there's a possibility that as a teacher in the past, you've had some kind of negative experiences with your students, which, might be coming in the way of sort of like taking hold of the entire situation,
What do you mean? Like taking hold in what way?
like I think that sometimes there's a fear of there's a fear of taking charge in the lesson, I just want you to, maybe I'll look through the lesson and do a full thing. I mean, I don't want this, I'm not like, this is just your feedback. But Yanina also has feedback. So I think I should separate it. I'll have to consider this a little bit. But I just like, yeah, maybe let's look into this a little bit in the future, a little
Okay.
bit, because I want to help you to like where you are now, this level of energy
Yeah.
is what I want to see. And
Okay.
yeah, and sometimes there's a fear. I know, I understand that sometimes there is a fear of sounding too harsh or sounding too authoritative or sounding,
Yeah. Okay. I will agree with that. I do understand what you mean. Yeah.
know I've seen this with teachers where, like, for example, I knew of a teacher who I was training, and she's a very like strong person. She speaks her mind. She's very outgoing. She's like, she's opinionated. But then when it comes to the classroom, she's afraid of taking that space because she's afraid that it's going to come across as maybe aggressive or maybe too much.
Mm.
And I'm not saying that's the case for you. Sometimes, you know, with Nina, it's completely opposite. Like you are getting it with the authority thing. So I'm gonna guide you on, you know, where I come in with that. But Damien, I want you to, you know, think about a bit about what might be in the way of that for you.
Okay, that's something I've never thought about, so I'm actually glad you brought that up. Yeah, I'll need to think about that because I've never even noticed that in myself.
Yeah.
So I think I don't actually know how to change that. Like just thinking right now, I don't even know. Need to
Ikra,
think about
yeah.
that.
Would you like to share a bit of your experience in this regard? Because I know that you had a growth in this as well.
Absolutely. I think it was really, really challenging for me in the beginning because like just to take authority, I was like really, really afraid because I felt like if I said something in a certain way, maybe it's going to be like, you know, it the kids are going to take it in a way like, oh, she's a very aggressive teacher, maybe she's just being too dramatic. And then I guess in those cases, it was Gia who stepped in and, like, you know, reprimanded the kids. And that's when I thought, like, you can be in authority, but you need to also realize that it shouldn't be so too much of authority, you know, where kids are getting afraid of you or they don't want to feel like sharing with you. So that balance is very, very important to maintain.
Yeah, that's a very interesting take.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting how you get to the point of being able to balance it very well. So I need to think about that. But thank you for that. I'll consider what you've said.
Okay.
And it's not something that you will easily find people talking about. Like, I don't think people will really consider this aspect of teaching. Like, even a student will say, no, I had a good lesson. It was good. But, you know, the lesson was good, but then this is now the next level of, you know, advancing your skill so that you can, because, you know, maths can be so, it can be so focused. So how do you stay focused? It, like, even you, Yanina, with the English, like, how do you stay focused without losing that excitement in the lesson? You know, because there's different forms of keeping the energy up. Sometimes it's making jokes, but you don't always do that with a student because you lose your place, you know, your authority with them. So another way is keeping the intrigue. And
like, I don't know, I find like just asking them questions, checking where they're at, it's still keeping them engaged, still keeping them on their toes, but like you know, in a more serious way. But then I also I think maybe with me and my authority, I am very smiley. So even when I'm angry, sometimes I'm like I actually had to with my acting not do that.
Yeah, exactly. And because it's scary, you know, that fear shows up for different people in different ways. Sometimes as a teacher, it shows up as you need to be nice all the time. And you can't like guide the student and just like sometimes you just want to like shake them, you know, you just want to like wake them up, you know. Another way that that fear might show up is that you fall into a lull. You fall into a lull because you can't like you need to like step out and like be there, you know, like Ikra, I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. Trust me, this is not, it's not a new, I think everyone goes through this phase on some level.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I think that I'm glad you brought that up. As I said, I've never even noticed that. So it's something I'm going to be paying attention to now going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially with a student like Nicholas, he can be a bit intimidating because he needs to know his work, but he has really calmed down with that. So I think that makes it easier. I think he's really, really calmed down. But, for example, Kaylee, who works with Yanina as well, that was one of those kinds of students where, if you don't know your work, it puts you in a position where you don't know, you sort of drop in authority. But I had to teach her how to still know my authority, even if mistakes happen, because if you know everything and you take them through it like that, you are not able to sort of have that rapport with them where you can. Have you heard of like leading and pacing? Like rapport, leading and pacing. I'm sure you know a bit about this because you are a psychologist.
Yes. So I'm picking up with Nicholas. Sometimes, like, are you saying it's not always good to just seem like you are very knowledgeable to the point where they feel like they can't make mistakes? Or like how, what do you mean with that?
Let me just think about how to put this in words. Maybe I should go through like a whole lesson review with you and do a recording and you can look through what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm sure that will be more detailed and I can see exactly what you're referring to there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that I'm gonna do this for both of you. So I do feel a bit bad because I am speaking to you about this as a group, and I don't want you to feel singled out. I don't want you to feel like it's just you that has, things to learn. Yeah, everyone does, even I do. So,
No, I don't mind at all. I don't mind. I think it's good to learn from each other as well because we might be making similar mistakes. But I think it's also like a very fine line between like you need to know your work without pushing them to feel like they can't make a mistake because like you've said it before with Nicholas that he can take over the situation if he feels like you don't know what you're talking about. So it's a very fine line there to balance that.
And did you feel like that might have happened today in the lesson?
No, I didn't feel like that.
Yeah, he was not doing it with you. I don't know. There might be many reasons, but one of the reasons was that he can see you know your work and he's a bit lost with this. And he's learning how to accept that he doesn't know his work. So,
Mhm.
but there is a very, very understandable concern. And that comes in the way sometimes when you're teaching, because understanding your place as a teacher versus someone just taking them through a lesson. It changes teaching from something that you're just doing to something you're genuinely enjoying.
Yeah.
You know, like I can't speak for you, but I know that if I'm in a lesson where I just feel like I can't completely own the lesson, then it kills the fun for me. It kills it. Have you guys had that?
No, for me, it's like the opposite. It's like if I don't feel like 100% confident, I don't feel like I'm the right person to be taking the child through the lesson. But maybe that's the wrong way of thinking. I don't know.
Kind of feel that way too.
Yeah. Because how can you be a teacher if you don't know enough to teach them, right?
Yeah, basically. But I also hear what you're saying in terms of the need to leave yourself in the unknown, like as you've said, in
Yeah.
certain ways.
I want to tell you how I learned this, right? Okay, for the most part, I always thought that you need to know at least something. I still think you need to know at least something in the lesson, right? But say you are appointed as their teacher and The skill that you have is that you know how to teach. And we think that being a teacher is knowing the work. That's what it takes. It's being a good student. But in reality, it's about knowing how to teach. That is what your authority is that you know how to help them to understand, you know how to impart the knowledge to them. So, like I had a mentor teacher. I tell you, she was the best. And to be honest, this is what she told us. She, she's talking to me as I was also like a bit of a friend with her. And she said that, yeah, I want to take bio next year, bio grade 12. And I was like, are you a bio teacher? And she's like, no, I'll just look through the work. And I remember just being like, my God, you've got to be kidding me right now. You're going to take, and doesn't it sound ridiculous? I don't know. Damien, I can just see from your expression, you're like, God, save me.
I don't know, like I don't think like that's just not how I think about things. But I think it's a very interesting way to approach life.
Yeah. I was like, you gotta be kidding me right now. How can you teach biology if you don't know biology? She's like, yeah, YouTube videos or whatever. And does that mean she was a bad teacher? You wish. Think again. She was literally the best teacher that I have seen. So how did she not have a full grasp of the subject, but still teach those kids? And they, these were like, I'm talking behavioral issues, lack of confidence in a subject where they were failing. There was a kid, it just had so happened at that time, and I was mentoring with her, that I went to the one school, and there was a kid in that school. His name was Mikael, but I don't know what his nickname was. Anyway, so then he was a delinquent child. Like, okay, delinquent is a big word. He gave the teachers trouble. His parents were very worried. They took him out of that school and put him into the other school that I went to shadow at. So I saw this child from this school to that school. Now this time, it was like a year or so later. This time, this child was a different child. And I truly had to attribute it, at least in the subject, to this one teacher. Because the parents, they didn't want to do. They lose touch. And I was just like, I saw that kind of change for every single child in a classroom. And I'm not saying that that's your responsibility as a teacher, but it was just an after effect of the kind of teaching that she did. And a lot of the techniques she used them. In fact, mostly all. But
Well,
so
sorry, sorry to cut you off. You can continue before I make my points.
yeah, let me just think now. So I think that, teaching is so much more than knowing the work. It's not about that. And when I know that a person needs to advance, this would come from a parent, this would come from someone who has not been in a classroom, or someone who, if you're a teacher, someone who still has a lot to get to, when they say to me that teaching is about knowing the work.
Yeah, I'm glad you say that, because it makes a lot of sense when you say, like, it's not really about knowing the work, but how to impart the knowledge of the work rather. So that is interesting. I'm just thinking about that. It's very true, actually. It makes more sense to think about it that way.
Yeah, because I think the biggest skill, I'll come back to you now, Elena, but the biggest skill is more than knowing the work, is knowing how to teach them to get from not knowing the work to knowing. In order for that, you've got to like come down to this level with them, but still be the teacher. Does that make sense? Like, you're the teacher, you know your place. They can't cross that barrier with you, but you can still stand exactly where they stand, not knowing anything. Because if I, for example, and this is why I deliberately will not know everything in the lesson, because I I want them to see what it looks like to take yourself through the subject. And with this technique, I would have students who would be so afraid to make mistakes. They would just be failing. And I'll get into that now. But you're saying, Yanina?
I was just saying, like, in terms of making mistakes and things, I think through the tutoring, I also kind of calmed down a little bit because I am quite a pedantic person and I don't like not knowing things. And
I forgot about that. You have really moved fast from that. And that's because we started off at that level and, we advanced to this new version of you. I
like
actually
if there's a
forgot about
word
that.
or something I don't like, sometimes you come across something that you don't know, like you see their work that they got from school and there's like a random word or like, you can know your stuff, but then like sometimes something just catches you by surprise and like, now I'm like a bit calmer, like, okay, you know what, let's just take a look at this together because you haven't seen it, I haven't seen it, let's figure
Yeah.
it out. And then it's also how you explain it, because like I think sometimes we can understand things a little bit better and then we
Yeah.
know how to explain it further and elaborate on what we've just seen, even if it's like, yeah, something new, you can still maybe grasp it a bit easier than them at first. So yeah, I'm a
Yeah.
bit more like chill.
And I just want to share that, when I put Yanina with Emil, like I think I was the only one. I saw this. I saw Yanina's possible ability to be able to help him. But Emil's father was so stressed out that he needed this perfectly educated teacher who knows the work. And I was like, yeah, I have those, but they're not going to be able to help your son. And I saw this for Yanina, but I remember having this. Remember, Yanina, I had to like coach you through that because you were so afraid of the. And I was like, no, I can see this level for you, and I'm going to push you out of that. So, Damien, I think this is a push for you. Like, I just have a vision in my mind of there's that gap there, and I want you to.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, if I'm very honest, I feel like it's wrong for me to make mistakes as a tutor or an authoritative figure. Like, I do have a fear almost of making mistakes in front of the student, like it's gonna make me look like I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is just making me consider how I could maybe change that. So, yeah. I'm just like my mind is just running very fast right now. I'm just trying to think but yeah, that's what I feel genuinely that I do have a fear of making a mistake in front of a learner to
Yeah.
to almost like to them, they might not have any respect for me anymore because I don't know what I'm talking about. That's what I think. That's what like gives me the fear of losing respect or something.
And firstly, I really appreciate your honesty in this regard. That is hard. That is hard. And that takes a lot, because it then puts you in this position where you're just like, okay, what do I do now? Okay, fine, I get it. And like kudos to you for that. And there's another version of this. The other version is a teacher who doesn't give a damn if they don't understand anything. And they just don't give. They're like, I'm getting paid for this hour. I'm going to take, like, in a tuition lesson. And they just take the student and, that's the worst experience I have. So when I tell tutors this, I only tell special tutors this, who I know give a damn about their performance and about what's happening in the lesson. Because there are people who don't care at all, and they just like, I know this, I know everything, and that's equally bad because they don't care to learn the art of teaching,
Yeah, but even if I think about myself, like when I was in school, if a teacher of mine didn't know what they were talking about, I would lose respect for them. So I think that's how I have this fear in the first place, because that's also how I would react to like teachers of my own in the past.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think I had the
Yeah.
same reaction. I was just like, This teacher doesn't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
I
And
think, oh,
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I think that it also depends on how the teacher handled it. Because, like, I'm thinking back to how I was taught now by various people, and like, if a teacher, like, sometimes if I asked a question, because I started getting very inquisitive, and like, or anyone else in the class, if they ask a question and then they sort of panic and then they like, oh, no, just don't want to deal with it, or like they or like they show that like kind of embarrassment, I think.
Yeah.
Then it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
They like if they like, oh, but like I had some who would like be like, you know what, let me get back to you on that. And then the next day they come and teach it, and it's like, oh, okay, thank you for looking into that. Like I felt it's also like how you approach it, and like some teachers, they don't want to be wrong at all, and they won't admit to being wrong, even if they are wrong. And I think that's when there's a respect loss, because if you go home and you check your stuff and it's like, but wait, they were wrong, but I know I'm right. Then it's like, then
Yeah.
that's when I think that maybe miscommunication, and so I think it's like you need to know your stuff to some extent, but also you should be able to kind of be confident enough to be like, okay, it's okay. I know my stuff, but this is just something that I haven't seen, so let me just go and sort it. And then yeah, I don't know, but I guess we all sort of approach things I mean, like we had different experiences growing up with teaching and stuff, and yeah.
No, I think everyone has had that experience of the two types of teachers, and yeah, there was those teachers that just didn't have the confidence. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the teacher who just knew they were the teacher and were willing to take you through their thought process. I had this teacher who I saw and she was a physics teacher. And what she used to do with us is that she would sit us down and say, okay, because she was I don't even know what was her qualification. She was very, very highly qualified. She was an engineer and she was extremely intelligent. And mind you, she's gone about it the whole day, so that we knew how intelligent she was. So we took her seriously, and we were so intimidated by that. But when it came to teaching us the work, she'd be like, okay, she'd think like us. She'd say, okay, how do we work through this now? Let's understand. Okay, I need to know this rule, and this is the rule. In fact, but she, there's Lady Lou on YouTube who does Maths Lit for that. She took all of those videos out, so now she's done brand new videos. But those were like the raw. It was so nice, it was unedited, and it was just her. She would just look at the question, be like, I don't understand this question, and then she would read it out and say, because in Maths Lit, like you have to understand the question. She should to herself, be like, again and again and again.
Fish off math.
Yeah. And she's like, exactly. And she'd be like, okay, how do I put this together? This is what I do. Right. And then she'd start teaching and it'd be like, okay, so let's take this step by step. So that is different from coming in the lesson saying, how do we do this? Right. The answer to this is put this and that down, and then that and that down. And then the kid is like, oh, the teacher's sitting on the top of the mountain. I'm just expected somehow to be there, and I'ma just know my work. Otherwise, I'm just dumb, and like that, like even right now, I'm trying to put myself in your guys' shoes, and where I'm just like, okay, what's it looking like for you, and how do I bridge that thought process from, okay, because you're probably looking at the situation and being like, okay, I don't know how to get from here to there, and that's a good question. But at the same time, I'm trying to help you to understand my thought process so that you can start to then develop those thinking patterns as well.
And that makes sense. Yeah, you've given me a lot to think about, so I'm glad that you brought that up today. Thank you.
Yeah, and knowing the work is fine, but the joy of being able to make like drop that like sort of barrier that you need to have when you're afraid of making a mistake. The joy of being able to drop that and be like, I'm still your teacher. I make mistakes, but I'm still your teacher. I'm still in authority. And if I have to be harsh to teach you that, I will do that. If it hits too hard, I will do that. But the reason why is so that I can connect with you on this level and help you to get to the next level. Otherwise, it's not gonna work.
That makes
You know?
sense.
Yeah.
I would like to share something if
Sure.
yeah. So my sister is actually doing teaching practice at school. So she's teaching physics. And she tells me that her mentor is so absent all the time. And he's like a bit of an absent-minded person. So he just sits in the back and he'll be like, you just bring me your sheet, I'll just tick, 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 and that's all. So she was just telling me about this incident that she's teaching grade 10 girls. And grade 10 girls are a bit, in the attitudes of touching this guy. So
Yeah.
she said that she got a calculation wrong or something, and they start snickering at her. And they started laughing and everything. So I was like, oh my God, that's probably like so horrible. It's like, I told her, how did you handle it? And then she's like, oh, I called that girl up. And I said, come teach it. And then she came up and she said that she couldn't even hold the chalk. She couldn't even hold the chalk and teach something that she already knew. So I guess like being the teacher is not about like knowing it all. I mean, like making mistakes is completely fine because like you being the teacher and knowing how to teach in the first place, that's a big thing. Because it's very easy to sit back and laugh and laugh at someone's mistake or something. Like if you have to come up to the front, you are unable to do it because that's just not a skill that you hold, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just something that came to my mind while we were talking about all of this.
Yeah, that's so true. Like you don't realize. That's why a lot of times I like to, especially with the new teachers, like, you look, even me as the teacher, like you look at it because you're a student in that situation. So you'll be like, I don't understand why Gia's doing this. Like, why isn't she just allowing them to build their confidence or whatever? And I'm like, fine, I'm gonna put you with the student so you understand the pain of that experience. I did this many times last term as well with Ikra, and there was Zakia as well. So, that just gave you a context of why certain things have to be done in certain situations, and I think another, technical sort of advice about this is something like, because I wrote this down, like using your tone of voice to sort of convey certain emotions and build emotions or build certain experiences with them, such as, if you notice, like, maybe it's because I am also a singer, but I do practice having many different tones when I'm speaking. So if I want to say something really important and it's in a warning tone, then my voice just goes down like that,
Notice that.
because then you have to listen and you kind of get a bit scared, which is the effect I need them to have, versus if I'm kind of losing it and I want them to get excited a little bit, then the tone will be a bit higher. So you can use your tone to manipulate the lesson, such as, you want them to be intrigued and you want them to go from a state of boredom, because, sometimes they're just like this. The answer to that. So how do you then, but if you match their tone, then you also start doing that. So if you change your tone to, so like, what do you think the question, how do we do this? Immediately then they also now need to match up to that tone, So I will speak a bit more about that in the future, about the technical, but I'm more speaking about the mindset today. But this is a technical thing to consider, like, varying your tone in the lesson and sort of using that as a way to create intrigue and bring the student on board. Damien, what's on your mind?
No, I think that's something where I need to also work on my tone. It is linked to energy levels. I would assume it makes sense that you can also control the energy levels with tone in that way. I think I see where I did go wrong in some way with my tone. It was low.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying with that.
Yeah. And I think that, trust me, if you follow my lead and you stay open to this, you're going to be really, 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 really good at this at the end of this. And the same goes for you, Nina. You are going to
Thank you.
accelerate, you know, because I mean, for example, with Ikra, like she's learned so much, and it's really nice to watch her lessons now. But it wasn't always like that. And this it's just amazing to see the growth. And you're lucky that you get to have a mentor who is with you and who's not like whatever. Like if you go to a normal school and there's just teachers there, they're not worried. They're not worried. Like they don't need to mentor you. They just want to get done with their day. But here I'm like personally invested. I think it's just a teacher thing, when you get the joy of seeing that growth, you get personally invested in it. So if you see a vision, you probably learn that from me as well. But if you see a vision for your student, you start getting really invested in guiding them towards that.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
could see.
it's like I think teaching is a very okay, there's the masculine side as well, but it's a very feminine thing. Like you have to sort of engage your femininity in that. And one of the ways is expressions, you know, like Damien, I am because you are, in your masculine probably. It's just that, I learned this from Tony Robbins actually. He says that like when you're in your femininity, you express your face, you express yourself a lot. But then a very masculine man doesn't do much expressions, they just tend to be like,
Yeah.
So when you're a teacher, you got to be in tune. You got to sort of develop those feminine skills, and then the masculine as well, because otherwise you become too soft and too it's easy to just push you aside. I sometimes I feel like I'm too much in my masculine and can be really exhausting, but you have to as well. But this is just, when you're helping them to get to a concept, you sort of tap into that feminine side. Yes, Yanina.
Makes sense, but it's something that I have to work on as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's overwhelming, and but it's I do want to sort of like give you a lot to think about today so that you can start to integrate that into your lessons and start to see, okay, go back to your lesson of today. I'll upload it to YouTube, both of you, and just see like, okay, what of Gia's advice can I integrate into this?
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate the feedback. It's very helpful.
You're welcome. And I'm really happy that you're taking it, because it's also my time to see like how like teachable are you, how open are you, and do you put that above even your pride or even feeling sort of put down, which is not, it's never my intention to put you down, but sometimes it happens because I want all of you to be a part of this. Ikra, for you it's reinforcement, which trust me, it's going to help you a lot. So and Ikra's my assistant now, so she assists me with the work as well, because I know that a lot of the teaching stuff, she has gotten, and I still ask her to give me feedback and things on the lessons, because she will see different parts of the lessons that you guys are going to get to in the future.
Yeah, and like I think one thing that I noticed today is like also because like mainly I've been teaching one-on-one, and I think I noticed like I had to up my attention because you're focusing on multiple people and you have to like watch them and make sure each and every one was engaging. So I kept going through my head like, okay, they spoke, let's go that.
Exactly.
And I also think one thing that I noticed, I think maybe it's because I had the previous lesson with him, and Gwedi, I think, wanted to participate a lot more.
Yeah.
At first because he already somewhat was familiar, and that was just something interesting I saw. And I also think he was quite receptive during the lesson. Like he started calming down a little bit and like enjoying the story writing and stuff towards the end. I was like, okay,
Absolutely.
nice. And he was also taking on some of the things that I told him, like the paragraphs and stuff.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah, I was very excited for him to learn that, because it's a skill that takes so much of time to teach them. And I want him to learn that skill, the skill of writing, and how to take because he's very like creative and intelligent when it comes to those things. and he needs to learn how to apply that.
Yeah, structure it.
And I think I took down a note actually about that. I want both of you to focus on simplifying the language to baby language, as baby as can possibly be, without goo goo gaga, you know. As soon as you think, oh, I'm getting to that level, that's the only level you stop. That doesn't mean babying the kids and talking to them like babies, but it means like just
breaking down the information.
Yeah, just thinking, okay, I said this, but now what's a simpler way to say it? Those were the tutors that I would say are on the premium level tutors that I've had and that I've worked with. They take the most complex concepts and just oversimplify them. And most of the lesson goes into that. Because if we don't have a simpler version of a concept in our mind, we don't understand the concept at all. You know, if they are, for example, jargon.
Yeah.
Why don't you understand contracts when you read it? Because like, it's just jargon. But a lawyer can read that and say, oh, I get it. Because they have simplified every single concept in their mind. They have a concept of it in their head. So as a teacher, your job is to take those simple, like those higher level concepts and then simplify it as much as possible. So when you go through your lesson, you know, both of you just say, okay, how could I have simplified this concept? How could I have made it more easy to understand? Like, you know, just consider, say you were busy with Ingwedi, like, although I think it's a good push for him, it is, but then he might need to sit and say, okay, what does that mean to me? Because he's not going to show you that he doesn't understand.
Yeah, I noticed that because like with the paragraphs, I asked him if he used paragraphs in his original story, and he was like, yeah.
Yeah.
And he was convinced that he did.
Yeah.
And then later, when I saw the picture, I saw that, and I'm like, that's not a paragraph. And then I asked him if he knew what a paragraph was, and didn't know. So I realized, okay, let's bring it back because shame. I had to. Yeah, you have to also. I was glad when you added the group because I wanted to see the work, and yeah, that was very helpful.
Yeah, absolutely.
I also just want to say I need to run because I'm teaching Emil at 2.
Perfect. Okay, guys, this has been quite long. I will see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, Nina, you may go. Damien, let me just conclude this with you, and yeah, see you tomorrow.
Thank you. It was informative.
Okay, bye-bye.
Sorry, would you like me to teach Nicholas tomorrow again?
What does he still need to cover?
Well, we haven't started to cover quadrilaterals, and we still have some questions on the triangles. So we mostly just we fully got through the straight lines and the parallel lines and all the rules, and then we still getting through some of the triangles, and we have not started the quadrilaterals.
Yeah. I asked him how much he learned, and he really enjoyed this lesson. And that was because you actually took him through a lot of concepts. And I'm very happy with that. You helped him to, I saw that there was a lot of gaps that he had in his learning that you sort of helped him to fill. And that was really, really nice. I'm very happy with that. So I think that you should take him tomorrow, or although tomorrow is Thursday, they can't write tomorrow. It's too early. Maybe they'll just write on Monday. I didn't even tell them about the test today. I think they'll just write on Monday because these tests are just to see, sort of to give them a better chance of getting a better mark, but also to see like where they are so we can just sort of, acclimate to that. So I think, yeah, you will work with him tomorrow. Just prepare, look through your lesson. I'll try to upload it as soon as possible. And just consider what he still needs to work on and go with that. And I think you're off to a good start. I really do. What did you like about how you did your lesson today?
What did I like about how I did the lesson? Well, I enjoyed, like, one thing I was keeping in mind is how to simplify things. Like, when I watch it back, maybe I could have done it more, but it is something that I was keeping in mind, like, don't use jargon, constantly go back and simplify things down. So that is something that I think I did okay, not to the best of my ability, but I think it was something I was keeping in mind. Um, I enjoyed, like, I could sometimes see the gaps that you're mentioning, and then I kind of had to guide him back on track and push him through. So, but he was quite receptive. Like, I never had to force him like he was doing it. I just feel myself, I was very low on energy, definitely at the start, because I felt tired. And I felt like in the first few minutes, maybe half an hour of the lesson, things were like I was waiting to maybe take a break. And that's why when you said we were going to take a break, then after I came back, I felt higher on energy. But until then, I did feel that I was a bit too low, and maybe it wasn't the best start to the lesson.
Mm.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
aside from that, I agree with what you're saying about tone. I think that's something I can pay attention to, and energy, and maybe simplifying a bit more than I did. But it's also, I didn't want him to feel like I was simplifying it too much, like repeating myself too much with things he's already done. So I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. Okay, so look, about the break thing, I want you to look. I think that this energy thing is something that you're going to have to look through for just all of, like, in general. I'm seeing it. You must consider this as a pattern of teaching, and something that might be coming up much more often than you expect it to. But if you feel like you need a break, then just let me know that, yeah, I think I want to take a break with this for a while, because that's, you're working with him one on one. You know when he needs a break, when you need a break, and you know that it's going to help you, so you know yourself. So as you start learning like what you need help with and what are your tendencies, and when you need a break, you can always then sort of, it will help you to let me know about that.
Yeah, because I did actually want to say to him, can we just take 10 minutes? Because I think we started the lesson at about 10 past 10, and then we only took a break at 11. But the thing is, we were sitting in the class from 8:30 to like 11, which is almost 3 hours that I was just sitting here. So that's why I was feeling low. But I thought I couldn't just tell him to take a break. I didn't know that I could. I thought I needed to wait for you to tell me that. So that's why I
Yeah, you
didn't
can
tell
just
him.
check in with me so that I know. But like, I've also trained him to sort of stretch his attention a little bit with that.
Okay.
So they have to learn that as well. So the breaks are there, but when we just started off with them, we gave them much more breaks, but now they're getting used to working for longer periods of time. But
Hmm.
I am pushing it a bit sometimes because I want them to cover more and take less breaks. But then also Ikra also gave them a break today, more than the one I gave, because she saw that the energy was low. So, just take into consideration that they are learning. So, they have to learn to push the energy a little bit. Um, you know, but yeah, um, you can let me know about that if you do feel like you need to take a break and they are lacking that energy.
Yeah, I will let you know. It's not every day that I felt like that. It was just today because of the time of there was no break until 11, from 8:30 to 11. So it was a bit tough to just go straight through for me.
Mm, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
so, but like with what I still have to do with him, it shouldn't be more than an hour and a half or maybe 2 hours max.
Okay, that's good timing. You must pace yourself, and then
Okay.
you must come back to me with that, and I'll look at your lesson. If you do feel like you need to simplify, I'm telling you now, that's probably going to take some time, but it's a challenge for you to find a way to put it all into that time and try to sort of, still simplify and still teach him the lesson, and try to pace yourself and that's also, you'll see, like, as you get more authority, you will be able to do that more, is find a pace. And if you need to rush him a little bit, you can rush him. If you need to slow things down, you can slow things down. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think taking feedback is difficult. And if it is difficult for you, I completely understand that. And I think it's also part of the time when I get to see how you receive that and what your response is. And it's a very important time. I know that I'm sure Ikra can attest to this as well. It's difficult to receive feedback, and I think you've done really well with that. And it's unfortunate. I will be doing this with all my teachers, so it's just how it's going to be going, because Yanina also needs to know a lot of these things. So just kudos to you for sort of taking this and taking it objectively.
Okay, well, thank you. I mean, that's what I'm here for. I'm going to take your feedback and be objective with it. So I appreciate what you've said. And I think that's it's like constructive criticism, so it's helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're welcome. And it's taking a lot from me. I consider myself your mentor, but at the same time, it could, on my side, it could just be, I'm just giving you the feedback and it doesn't really matter. But I want to see that growth, and I want to see you getting to that level. So, I am personally invested in this, and I'm taking out the time to sort of guide you with that. So, that's something that means a lot to me as well. That, I also want you to know where I stand with this as well, because sometimes it does take a lot for me to consider that I'm going to give you that feedback.
Yeah, I understand. Like, you also have a lot that you have to pay attention to and consider. So
Yeah,
it is a lot for you as well. I do see that. So that's why I'm very thankful.
yeah, it's a pleasure. It really is. Okay, so you can prepare for tomorrow, and I'll let you go for today, and have a great day.
Okay. Thank you, you too.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.